For all of us, I'm telling you that. The lighter you become, the lighter you're going to want to be. You understand? I just watched Chris Brown's 11:11 video. I think it was called 11:11. Right? He was carrying a bag through the desert, walking across that desert, and every traveler knows you're supposed to travel light. You understand? So eventually, as I'm watching the video, I said, that's too much weight. You can't travel like that. Eventually, he had to drop that weight off to be able to get to where his children were. His children were waiting on him. Remember, I told you who the 144,000 are originally supposed to be, your children. You understand? The time for those of us who want to claim it for ourselves has actually passed. It's just that you're doing a job. You understand? 144,000 are doing a job. So you elected or chosen or selected yourself to perform a task. But a part of that task is bringing the children forth and making sure that they can get to that point. You understand? And by your performing that task for your children, you also receive a mercy of your future being secured. Same thing that happened with Hawa, or the one who was called Eve. All right. The reason why Eve was able to secure her soul future-wise was because of her ability to bring forth children. You understand? And to reverse the damage that was being done per the original deception, as they call it. It was a deception. But in all actuality, she chose. Eve chose. You understand? And that's a key thing. Both of them knew the law. Zakar and Eve knew the law. She chose. But there is a reversal. The way to reverse the damage that's been done to your genetics is, for one, making the decisions per your own will, like what you're doing now, to become better, literally. And when you do that, it's going to register in your genes and pass on to your children. And even if you've already had those children and they're here looking up to you, literally, and waiting to see what you're going to do, all right, every time you make a conscious decision to do better, epigenetically is affecting your children. You understand? So if you want your children to be raised up more wise, put more books in front of them, okay, teach them to listen when the elders speak, okay, make sure that they're hearing tones of wisdom. All right, if you want your children to be more poised or more composed, make sure you expose them to meditation and prayer as soon as they know what those words are. As soon as you can even explain the concept or the precept, make sure you introduce it to them, and it'll become resonating in their genes, and it'll sit there and grow later on as a seed. You understand? Which is what was done for me. Okay, so you perfect yourself through your children. Treat it like a project. Okay, carry it like a project. On your way to the science fair. Are you hearing me? Because this affair is about what you know, by the way. And science means what you know. Okay, so carry this project with knowledge and understanding, and right knowledge, right wisdom, right understanding, and saying because we went wrong doesn't mean that our children have to go wrong. And what you mean by the children is just saying simply our future. So meaning just because we've made mistakes, all right, in the present doesn't mean that we have to continue to make them in the future. All right, so long story short, to give you that direct answer, it may be a prefers that we do another semen retention journey. And if we do, it'll be up to the solstice. It won't be just 90 days. It'll be 120 days, okay, or so on, leading up to the solstice. You understand? That's the key point. Hope you're paying attention because I just gave you a gem.
Two things. First, people were asking about the moon being visible while the sun is out.
Right.
Like, what's up with
that? You can find that in Al-Quran. I think the Quran spoke about that. It was one of the signs of the times. Okay, the signs of the times of the coming of Dar al-Islam, or the New Jerusalem, or what's referred to as a holy city, Kesikoro, a lot of different names for it, depending on what part of the world you were coming from or what religion you were coming from. But it was a sign of the time. And you know that at one point in time it wasn't that way, because even biblically they speak and say that there was a greater light and a lesser light. You understand? There was the sun and the moon that was created. In the Quran, chapter 17, verse 12, you'll find that also, where they said that there was a greater light and a lesser light. You understand? So one light was supposed to rule over the day, and the other light was supposed to rule over the night. Okay? And that night light was accompanied by other day rulers that were visible from your planet, or this planet, our planet, okay, that were called stars. Are you with me? And was beyond the vault, or the firmament, as you call it here. Okay, so a lot of people may think the sun and the moon were the only lights that were in conversation, but they were also taken into consideration, especially when they had it in the book of Job, where they were asking them, were you there when we built this firmament? Were you there when we built the galaxies? Were you there when we built the heavens? No, you weren't there. Can you name these stars? Same way, can you name the grains of sand that you're walking over? You understand? Or do you know the names of these animals? You understand? So there were other lights that accompanied the night, and they were called stars, which were also day rulers of whatever plane or planet or our solar system they existed and ruled over or commanded over. You understand? So it's clear that there has been a shift. And that shift is saying, and another shift that's being spoken of now by your scientists is called The pole shift, literally, where the magnetosphere becomes weakened, okay, because every 300 to 500,000 years, now it's been 780,000 some odd years, okay, there's a pole shift where north becomes south, south becomes north. It's something that's also spoken of in El Quran. You understand? At least is what they refer to when they say that the sun was supposed to be rising from its west. Okay, or locationally speaking, the west would be the place that the sun would be viewed as coming up. Okay, but another way to look at it is saying that if they're saying from the sun's west, they're speaking about its location, saying that you will be seeing it from positionally, the sun being positioned on its west, it will be rising up. Okay, basically saying it's no longer rising in the east. All right, meaning the east would no longer be east, it would have to be west. And west would have had to be east. And you got to remember that the sun only appears to rise. It's not actually rising. It only appears to set. Okay, so when we said Luke 21, chapter 25, there will be signs in the sun, the moon, and the stars. Okay, we're speaking about lights. If you were looking at a clock, it's like the little lines on the clock or the numbers on the clock or how the hands move. It's saying that there's a system. Pay attention. Your scientists are sneaking off in the background saying that you have less days in a year. You understand? Ultimately. Or that these days are moving by faster. Okay, when they had the 28 days in 2021. All right, the more days are coming faster now. They got to start factoring in a leap second. And eventually they're going to tell you that it's 366 days in a year instead of 365 days because the rotation of your planet Earth is speeding up. Okay, look at it. You're already at the end of February. Are you paying attention? Of 2024, meaning you only have 10 months left in this year. Okay, and you were just saying how 2024 was going to be. I was just talking to Mrs. Faith. I said, doesn't it seem like a day doesn't even seem like a day anymore? A day seems like an hour would seem. Okay, it gets sped up. But that's why I told you, you have to adhere to the science of the quickening. Okay, you have to be quickened. And if you can figure out what I'm explaining to you to be aligned so that you can see what I'm saying, the quickening takes place through Christ. Okay, and if you can't pick up on that science, you're left behind already. All of the breakdowns of whether or not it's Haru or Tammuz and all that other stuff, that's in the past. Okay, you still would have had to get the science. Even if you say Herod or Horus was Jesus, did you understand what Horus brought? Because most people are saying that, if you talk to them about the school of the bird, they don't know what you're talking about. And I grew up on the school of the bird, or grew up going to the school of the bird. Okay, it was called Dhamma Ray. Okay, it was right there saying this is the time of Ray, the time of Ra, time to arise. All right, and you saw Horus as Herut, okay, right there associated with the sun, visible from the bird's eye view with an understanding, you would have been able to make out that Dhamma Ray was lined out to be the headdress of Horus, or the school of the bird. You understand? So if you say Jesus is Horus, you still have to know what he said. You still have to know the message. If you say it's Isa, if you say it's Elias, whatever tone you want to call it, you still have to understand the truth, the life, and the way. And if you can't understand the truth, the life, and the way, no matter what tone you're using, how are you going to make it farther or make it unto the Father? You understand? If you haven't yet mastered that which made Tahuti the 3 times great, or Hermes Trismegistus, all right, or the thrice great, or the thrice wise. What made Tahuti that? How did he understand that? How did he activate that 1, that 2, and that 3? You understand? The truth, the life, and the way. That gave you that pyramid that needed to be activated for that central fire to come forth. That ignition of the heart that Jesus was pointing to in them images. You understand? Yeah, they might have changed the color of the man in the image, but they're still telling the same science. It's still teaching the same thing. Whether or not you understand it is a whole different conversation. So in order for people to be renewed or rebirthed in this day and time, to be able to ascend, all right, they have to reach that point that Jesus also reached. You understand? And that's why they refer to it as the quickening, meaning you have to speed up. And I've been explaining to you that when we're dealing with the chakra points, all right, because you have 7 of them that people were speaking about. In my book, How to Love Again, I broke down that there were 2 other ones that people weren't speaking about before I spoke on it, which was the ground one, because you can't have the root chakra without the ground. All right, so you have the ground or the soil chakra, and then you have the heaven chakra. All right, I explained to you in the book, How to Love Again, that the ground was called Adama. All right, there was a word for it, Adama. All right, which gave you Adam, who was taken from the ground or created out of the dust of the ground, okay, as a lower level nested being of a material plane. And Adam or Adama was supposed to have received the ruh or the spirit, okay, which would have aligned him, all right, as Shu is what he called it, Shu. He would have received that spirit, and it would have caused for him to become a living being or a living soul, which would have created a corona, all right, or a glow or a halo, meaning he went right up there with the sun, all right, also referred to as Shamsi, okay, or Hu. Okay, when you say who, you were saying he. All right, that's why a lot of you have to get familiar with the tones. We're going to get into it, and you'll learn about Yahuwah. All right, El Yahuwah. All right, when you're saying Yahuwah, you're saying Yahweh for the people who come from that orientation, but it was a Hawa. all right, that you were speaking about, because Hua or Hawa or Haya brought you to life. So when we said man became a living soul, we were saying living as in life, living, Eve, all right? And the only way you could have reached that Eve is if you had the proper teachings of those degrees leading up to the corona activation. And that corona or crown activation, which is why we said the 144,000 received their crowns, or the elect ones received their crowns. If you said 144,000, 1 plus 4 plus 4, then you would be speaking about the 9, right? The 9. Right? So if you're speaking about the 9, then you're saying 1 plus 4 plus 4. You wouldn't be saying 2 plus 5. You wouldn't be saying 4 plus 3. You wouldn't be saying 6 plus 1. All right? You're only speaking about 9. So that means that you have to factor in the first chakra, which is the ground, and the 9th chakra, which is the heavens. All right? So you understand where Eve is. So we say, our Father, listen to me, pay attention, which art in heaven. Our Father, which art in heaven. Father, going beyond where we are, which art in heaven. How do you say Father in Hebrew or Hebrew? You would have said Abba. All right? If you were to write Abba, all right, as they would have actually written it as that B would have had that B sound, or that D would have had that B sound, okay, meaning that interchangeable, you would have said Ava. And Ava or Ava would have gave you Eve, or given you Eve, E-V-E. You understand? So you will find that, of course, they wanted to cut down the trees, and they wanted to exclude the mother and put her out of the conversation, as you say, the Father, the Son, and this Holy Ghost. Meaning no one knows who or what these beings are. All right? That's when you have, say, Ashira. Most people say, who? Exactly. Yeah, I'm talking about who. But you're speaking about a force, a feminine force, that even the Buddhists and the Sikhs and the Jainis were speaking about long before you had Christianity. You would have had to go 14,000, 15,000 years before Christianity showed up. You understand? To say that there's a new religion that's being called Christianity, but there was an old religion or old way of life called the Tao, all right, which aligned right there with Islam, which is why we say Dar Islam. Okay, you're saying the abode of peace, which is why most of the human beings who took that walk realized what it was about. So it was all about tranquility. All right, it was all about transcending into that point where we saw that it was somebody who had a quill. Stay with me. All right, tranquility. And quill was the pen. And who was the one with the pen? It was called Allah. He was called Allah. All right, and then you had the Alihat, are the ones who followed in that order. So you would have said Najar or Neter, and then you would have said Neteru. Okay, which is why Mother Neter or Medu Neter brings you back around to the woman. All right, but Tahuti was the one who had that pen, and he wrote all things, okay, literally all things into existence. But it was Ma'at who was in the shadows. Okay, so you had the Amunet, okay, in the shadows, the hidden one. People did not know who that feminine aspect was or what that feminine aspect was, so it remained a question. And people continue to try to seek that through the ages. So you had history and mystery. That's why we said there were ancient mysteries, okay, my story. And who was the Ma that they were speaking about? My story. And Ma is the mother. So the mother has her own story, but his story has been told. How do we know that? We go back to the book of Genesis, chapter 3, okay, or the 3rd degree is what it's referred to in the higher sciences. Okay, you go to the 3rd degree of genealogy of Isis, Genesis, and you'll find that it was said that there was going to be enmity between Eve and the serpent. Okay, Eve's seed and the serpent's seed, meaning the woman's seed and the serpent's seed. Okay, so you had the woman's story and her mysteries, my stories, that were hidden and kept cloaked, okay, or veiled. And then you had his story. And when you say his story, you can literally hear phonetically the his sound in the word, his. So a lot of people stop at just saying the his, okay, because they got that from Dr. Malachi York, all right? He said his story. But when you listen, you'll hear the his. You understand, to know that this is Nekaz's story, and Nekaz has a way of giving you a word, all right, that means multiple things and not disclosing the meaning. This is why the Masons were told to worship under Helal, okay, under the moon, or under Helan, okay, which is the old Anglo-Saxon or the old English way of saying to conceal a thing. And we were taught to conceal only and keep all things concealed or covered and never reveal, which is a violation of the cosmos, because there's a negative and a positive. Okay, there's a dark and a light. Even when we stand on them floors, all right, there's literally a black and a white side of the floor. So I was the only one sitting in the mother, excuse me, I was the only one sitting in the dome, excuse me, I was the only one who the mother was pregnant with, all right, being conceived, meaning even the mother had to conceive me before I could conceive myself or know who I was. All right, where I had that moment of realization. I was the only one sitting in the lodge, or what's referred to as the water house or the blue house, saying, wait a minute, this is a violation. And they're giving us this oath, or this oath to say that we're only supposed to conceal. Right here in Luke chapter 12, verse 2, I can see where it's saying clear as day that there will come a time where all things that were concealed must be revealed. I can look in the Quran and read these chapters, these surahs. I can read Al-Nur, and I can read about the light, and I can read about how they're literally saying there will come a time where all these things that were concealed had to be revealed. But Nakas didn't want to reveal these secrets. You want to know why they were so upset with me? When I stepped forth and said, yeah, I'm a Mason. When I stepped forth and said, yeah, I took the Obi. When I said in the letter to the baby song, said we both took the oath. Okay? But my oath has been broken. Why? Because my oath is not to man. My oath is to Most High. You understand? My oath is not to dad. My oath is to mama. Okay? Or you say, Ma Mary. Meaning my Mary or mammary. The glands that allow for me to be nurtured. Are you listening to me? All right. If I'm going to give my reverence to anybody, that's why I say go listen to the Yay Not Crazy song. All right. Where I say what? I couldn't wait for no man to raise them. I said, Mama, the reason I am a Mason. Are you listening to me? Just look at my mannerisms. Okay. I'm explaining to you something. We have to go through that science where we learn who and what the supreme being was. And when we found out that it was the mother, we were told to do this. We were told to be quiet and say, grand architect of the universe. All right, not the one who gave you the id or this personality. If you go study, what was it, Sigma Freud with what was it, psychology? Okay, no, not that, not the idea. The one who gave you the id of Ea or the earth, the idea of earth and all things that you would have found in this reality. No, you go straight to Tahuti. Okay, but forget all about Ma'at. All right, that's why I told you there are further degrees. Now Tahuti would have been the first Allah or El. Okay, as in that right angle, the big L. That gave mankind the knowledge of 90 degrees, but he did not come up with the information himself. He didn't realize the information himself. His counterpart, Ma'at, was the one who was bringing forth that wisdom or that science. Okay, that's why I explained to you. You don't hear the Eastern stars speaking. They're silent or they're hidden. You don't know who and what they are, but they're already in that white. Never forget that. Okay, so we came through when we learned there's a supreme being. As a matter of fact, before we were able to give our oath as a traveler or a Mason, all right, we had to first acknowledge, bear witness to, it was almost like taking Shahada as a Muslim. Okay, we had to bear witness to the fact that there's a supreme being. Okay, they asked you, who is your supreme being? You had to say God. You said Allah. Some niggas said Lucifer. Some niggas said Shaitan. Okay, which is weird because that wouldn't have been the supreme being, but it would have been their supreme being. All right, and they somehow associated that with the grand architect of the universe, but they forgot about that other part. They kept it hidden, and they only wanted mankind to know about mankind's ruling. That's Isaiah, okay, saying that we're going to build our kingdom above God's. All right, but they know what they're saying when they say that G or show forth that G, and they know that the sun was not actually masculine. It was a feminine force. You understand that? But it became what? The sun is the man. All right, with me, and the moon was the woman. But they're trying to relate it to gender as in mankind and womankind. All right, but they forgot about the force itself that allows for that thing to exist. Mother Nature. You don't stop at the plants. You don't stop at the water. You don't stop at the rocks. You go into the sun, the stars, which are other suns. All right, other galaxies composed of other suns and stars. All right, you go into the nebula. You go into the black holes. Every natural occurrence, whether you understand it or not, still operates within that which you call Mother Nature. All right, this is where we say you have to come back around what Jesus was pointing to that center, that you might rise up off that cross, activate that heart. All right, and then from that ignition of the heart, this was the Rosicrucian science. All right, you go to phase 1 Rosicrucian on the Brother Young Elders page. I did a whole build on that, the 9 chambers and all that. All right, once you figured out how to ignite the heart, now the pineal gland, as you call it, the third eye that you used to have active, is able to see that true light that was hidden inside of you, which is why they rushed to tamper with, and we'll deal with that in a second, the image of Christ. Because it wasn't just about making him a Caucasoid. It was about associating him, that's why we say image of the beast, with the red light. Notice that the heart that he's pointing to is a red light. But if you study the chakra points that came before that image ever arrived, all right, where you had the root, then you had the sacral, then you had the solar plexus, then you had the heart chakra, it's green, not red. You understand? But they made sure people not only saw the red heart glow, all right, they also saw a Caucasoid image of Jesus, which caused confusion, because anybody who actually studied these stories deep enough, if you would have believed it, you would have known that if you go back far enough, you would not have seen those people in that area, geographically speaking, all right, and historically speaking, at that time period. So there the confusion came on. You understand? So what they say, they would deceive the whole world. Made people think of an image, okay, that had nothing to do with the story. And then when people rejected the image, what did they in turn do? This is what they wanted you to do. You rejected the whole story. Okay, so then now when we say Jesus, all you can see is a Caucasoid. So because that's why I have a teaching that says racism turned people away from Christ. Okay, because of your issue with the Caucasoid, for whatever your reason is in 2024, because of your issue with the Caucasoid, all right, and you had some people had their reasons because their ancestors had to go through hell dealing with these beings who at that time were devils. You understand? For the things that they were doing. Okay, then you have your reason. A lot of people don't have no reason. They just want to be upset with the Caucasoid because it feels good to have somebody to blame. All right, you don't have enough responsibility, meaning you're not able to respond at that point because you already pointed and said Bill did it. You know what I mean? But because of the racism or the prejudice to Caucasoids, a lot of people have been taught away from Christ, especially in the spiritual community. But yet they still use the same science that Christ was bringing forth, and they don't understand it. All right? And then they'll say they're here to wake people up, like the Christians and the Muslims. But they have not read their books. They don't understand the stories. They haven't taken the time to even not just deal with the esoteric, but the exoteric. Meaning not just the allegorical side, but what was the literal side of what we're speaking about. Meaning how would these things look today in a literary sense? All right, interestingly, they say literary is dealing with words. Okay, meaning a visual sense, a tangible sense. How do these things work? If you say a third eye or the light of the body is the eye, what does that have to do with my brain and the pineal gland? Can you explain it? All right, and then have them explain it. And then go into all the different stuff. So they try to take Charles Thompson's book, all right, the Metaphysical Bible. They try to take that and say, this is the real book. I say, which one makes more sense? Charles Thompson, who just got here yesterday, makes a metaphysical Bible. He doesn't even make his own book. He just put the word metaphysical in front of it, which means literally going beyond physical, which is a trap. Because if you ask anybody about anything that operates beyond physicality or the first, the second, and third dimension, they cannot explain it. So it was a trap, all right, which is one of the things we learned in the Hermeticus. Don't fall for the metaphysics trap, okay? So they don't even understand physics. They say metaphysics because you don't have to explain real physics. You know what I'm saying? So they say a metaphysical Bible. They still put the word Bible there, and they're basically giving you a tafsir, all right, or a commentary on a book that most of them still haven't read. Okay, so they'll do a metaphysical Bible. Charles Thompson probably never read the book cover to cover. He didn't have to. Why? Because there were already philosophers or people who were theologians, all right, or theologians who came out and said, yo, we want to put our own meaning to this. We want to say it means this. Yeah, we know he said 12 disciples, but he was talking about 12 zodiac signs. And then you find out it was more than 12 zodiac signs. And now what do you do? So you got to, can they account for the 70 disciples who were there before they started to trail back and say they're not going to continue moving forward? You got to continue this allegory bullshit. So let's deal with the truth. After you get past the allegory, which you can put an allegory to anything. We can put an allegory to a hand, a strap, a mark, or whatever. After you're done with the allegory game, what's the literary? You understand? Who were these stories referring to? Because we're here. So ask these people, how did we get here? You know what I mean? How did we get here? What's your creation story? Somehow everybody, even the ancestors that they refer to, they put the ancestors, remember I told you, they put everybody's ancestors in one box for some reason. Like we all have the same family members. All right, but they say the ancestors, even your ancestors have a creation story. When you go to Odumare, Osumare, whatever you're going to, you can go to the beings who are ruling over Turtle Island, the Katina. Okay, what do you want to go to? You can go to Tefnut Shu and who was it? Tefnut Shu and Atum Re or Atum Ra. You can go there. What do you want to go? You go ancient Egypt. You go Turtle Island. Whatever. Anywhere you go, the Phoenicians. Everybody has a creation story. So you weren't there to bear witness to any of that. So you can neither confirm nor deny. Yet you step out to deny, and that's how we know. And then you have the ones who do know, based off of either their oral tradition or their own experiences or encounters, or from being able to read the real books. They know what the real books are that are stored in the Vatican, all right, where they took out the extraterrestrial parts and was like, yo, we're going to keep, they took out Enoch's book and said, that's too extraterrestrial. You know what I mean? They do the Ezekiel's will could be an allegory. But if you're talking about somebody actually walking with angels, you're going to have to explain that. You can say Ezekiel had a vision, but when you say Enoch walked with angels through 10 heavens, or 7 heavens, or 3 heavens, however many, all right, throughout these 3 books he was walking through, then you're going to have to explain, what do you mean by that? That's not an allegory. You're talking about an extraterrestrial encounter. What is this city of Jerusalem that's supposed to be coming down from God out of heaven? That's an extraterrestrial encounter. So they wanted to remove that. Even the Ministry of Defense, who's called Winston Churchill, interestingly enough, was saying, don't tell people who or what the unknowns are. All right? Don't teach people about UFOs. He said it will destroy their belief in the church. Go look it up. Okay, go watch a documentary called Unacknowledged, and you'll probably see it in there. Not Unacknowledged. It was another one, Phenomenon, and it was another film documentary called Above Majestic. You go watch that. Okay, they put a lot of these different documentations where you had J.F. Kennedy and the rest of these people, and they hold paperwork. You know what I mean? J. Edgar Hoover, everybody was in there. They tell on everybody in them documentaries, but people don't know to go watch them documentaries. Okay, point being, if we're dealing with extraterrestrials, then we need to know what that is. We need to know about that story. So instead of telling people God doesn't exist, because that's an easy way out, all right, how about you set out on the path or rise up on the path instead of saying set out? How about you rise up on the path and go and find out for yourself whether or not God is real or not real? And people don't feel like they have time. Okay, people are not longevo in these days. It's all about what's instantaneous. They don't feel like they have time to go out and find God or figure out who the extraterrestrial beings are or make a connection with the Elohim. They claim that they want to go within, and then we give them the science of the within and tell them to partner with the without, and they can't come out after they go within. But you still got to be able to step out here too and realize how this reality or simulation is affected by your assimilation or what you know. You understand that? So we gave you the letter. Right? I've been writing letters. Letter to this person, letter to that person. I just did letter to T.I. I mean, I've been writing letters, but I told you from the beginning, what is the letter? Everybody should know by now. I went over it 3 times. Okay? The letter is G. All right? That same letter that sat within the center, all right, or the kitab or couture point of the Masonic emblem, all right, of the square and compasses. Are you with me? So why was it the G? And I've explained to you before that G and key align with each other. And you need that key to open up that tab. All right? Meaning you need that key to be able to unlock that tabernacle, which is that holy place or that dwelling place where at that point you're standing beyond the solar plexus and you're right there with your feet at the crossroad. All right? And that G is activated. You want to find something interesting? When you look at the letter G as a shape and a letter or a sigil, all right? For y'all, it's like this. All right? Realize it's like an arrow. It's pointing directly to the center. It's telling you what the letter is there for. All right? It'll point to the center. As a matter of fact, it's a circle and a square. Never forget that. It's a circle, as in a half circle, and it's a half of a square. All right? And when you put those two together and complete it, you get 360 and 360 as in the degrees, and that's 720. All right? And you needed to have 720 because mankind has a doppelganger, or mankind has a twin, and that twin is your soul. You understand? Go listen to my song, Sermon. All right, and I say, I done learned to see my soul as my body friend. You know what I mean? They work right with each other, okay? That car had to be in alignment, and that body had to be in alignment. This is how you charge yourself up. Listen to the word charge. Electricity, elect, become one of the elect. Okay, meaning you had to learn and master the flesh, 360 degrees. Then you had to learn and master the soul, 360 degrees. And that yielded for you that 720. Okay, of this God body that people are talking about now, that you would have been in the Nesset realm. And then from there on, in your mind first, consciously, you would have climbed up from Nesset and made your way into what we refer to as Melekut. Okay, we say Melekut, you can hear Melekite in it. All right, you can also hear Meleki, which means a master. You can also hear Malaika, which means angels or messengers who come from Melekut. All right, which is a higher plane. All right, this is Sufi cosmology if you want to go study it. All right, you're basically saying Sufis who studied the heavens. All right? When you rose yourself up, grab hold of that rope and climbed up, hold fast all together. See to it that you are not divided. And you took your 720 up there and you learned with the Malakis, all right, or the Malaikas, or Malaikat, all right? Then you were given another 720. Guess what that made you? A part of the 144, 1440, 144,000, 1440. All right? When you received all of these degrees, still gave you mastery. All right? Listen to the word mastery. Where you still got mystery. And you had 3 plus 6 equals 9. Mastery. All right, 7 plus 2 equals 9. Mastery. 1 plus 4 plus 4 equals 9. Mastery. All right, so this is how you activated that spirit, that key. All right, which is referred to as literally key as spirit, or QI or CHI, spirit key. All right, but KEY as a thing that you can use to open a thing, as an opener like Todd gave you, which we've gone over. I think it was 19 keys exposed. We did that in. All right, as the opener, Todd gave you a key. Okay? And then after you access that key, now you can stand right there in the holy place or in the shrine and you open it. And guess where it leads you back to? The center. All right? And let me show you something. If you look at your clock, you will find the mystery of this. All right? Go look at the clock. Just pay attention to how it gives you 12, 3, 6, and 9. All right? That whole lineup. Okay? For the circle. And then right there in the center, you have a point. And then the second hand and the hour hand turns. All right? So when you're looking at a clock, look at the word. See lock. All right, stay with me. See lock. And in the center, listen, of the clock you have this point, this fulcrum point, or this focal point, or this concentration point, or this attention point, or this mass tension point, where mass has tension to be able to turn and wind or unwind. All right, whether you're saying clockwise or counterclockwise. At that central point, okay, you say see, enter. All right, you have to be able to see to enter. And you have to be able to see where the lock was. Clock, center. Are you with me? So stay with me. What do you call the, listen, if I tell somebody, hold on, I'll be there, it'll be a little what? Wait. Stay with me. W-A-I-T. It's going to be a little wait. All right? Saying I will be there, but it's going to be a little W-E-I-G-H-T. Wait. All right? There was something that they literally gave you when a clock went off. Alarm clock. Stay with me. There was a bell that went off. They called it the what? Alarm bells. Or the alarm clock. And when we looked at these weights, they call them dome bells. All right? When that dome, like the gong was hit, made a sound. Are you with me? And all they did was just speed up the frequency to give you the alarm clock. All right? And then you were called to what? Attention. More people had to arrive at that attention, like in the Day of Standing or Yom Kippur, or right now what's happening now, where you have the horns being blown or the trumpets being blown. Things, events, signs are supposed to be getting your attention. The alarm clock. Listen to Letters from a Watcher. Phase 1, The Done on SoundCloud. All right, the first song on there after the intro is Alarm Clock. Are you with me? So you're lifting these dumbbells, okay, which is supposed to strengthen a person, or these dome bells. And if you look at the dumbbell, matter of fact, I got one. Right? If you look at this dumbbell, I'm going to act like I can hold this bitch up. Right? You look at this, you see the first point and the second point. Right? If you look at it close enough, you'll see it's like an hourglass. All right? And there's a rod in the center. And that rod is referred to as the bar. Okay? The bar. Now, if I say the bar, I'm talking about speech, for one. Okay? But if I'm saying bar, it's also another word that was used. You say you got the bar mitzvah. All right? But if you say bar in Hebrew, another word they gave you was pure. All right? So once you reach a certain level of purity, like I'm explaining to you, all right, and you're going to find more about that in the book, X Marks the Spot. Okay? Once you reach a certain level of purity where you have Vishuddha, all right, Vishuddha, which is literally the blue chakra or the throat chakra, then you're able to activate a new realm and be redeemed from the old earth. That's why I told you, look at the word bar. And when I say raise the bar, all right, I'm saying raise your speech. Okay? Never forget, the bar means speech. All right? So when you look at this bar right here, all right, if we were driving a vehicle, okay, these would be two wheels. All right? And what would they call this conglomerate? It's referred to as a wheel and what? Axle. Okay? So you have the wheel and axle. Another way to say axle, okay, or a central point, is to say axis. All right? And if you wanted access, stay with me. If you wanted access to that which needed to be unlocked in time, remember the time, Michael, okay? Then you had to activate your will. All right? Because only the Mashiach had access to it. And when you say the word Mashiach, it literally means will. Go look it up. Okay? So what do you say? No one will make it unto the Father. You ain't going nowhere. You're not going to get farther without having your will activated. And that's where you have to be able to steer. That's why I say I'll never steer you wrong. Okay? I'm telling you how to control your car, which means your body. All right? And then from there on, you're able to continue with the higher sciences, astral projection, and realize what Tahuti was actually speaking about with the 1 and the 2 and the 3. So look at this. When we say the word axis, A-X-I-S, okay, we're saying A-C-C-E-S-S, okay, to be able to access a thing. And if people wanted to access a thing, that axis had to be present. Are you with me? That's why I say enter, center, all right, axis, access, clock, see the lock. All right, go through the center. What was the center? Now let's go back to the being called Isa or Jesus. All right, because he was on a cross. Stay with me. All right, and while he was on that cross, he made a statement. He said, Ela, Ela, lama sabachthani. Okay, Ela, Ela, lama sabachthani. And people said, that is to say, all right, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? All right. Now, I broke this down in an Out of the Darkness book where I explained to you, Elah gave you two L's, two different L's. All right. Two different frequencies, dark, light. Okay. And when you saw Lema Sabachthani, you were literally saying lamb or sabak. All right. So you had the lamb, all right, which everyone had to follow in order to get access to the Mount Zion, which is the Mount Heaven, all right, or the elevated space in heaven, and we'll get to that in a second, where you have to raise the bar or raise your voice and sing a song as if it were a new song, Revelation chapter 14, okay? You have to walk with the Lamb. That's why I tell y'all, peace in the Lamb is truly wonderful, to let you know what degree we're at, okay? Because Imam Isa already came as the Lamb. He already gave you the letter of Lamb or the knowledge of Lamb. He already said, fear no longer. All right, so whom it may concern, fear no longer, meaning don't resonate with Set's world, which is fear. No longer, I have arrived. He was telling you what time it was, okay? From the 70s on up to the 2030, he was explaining to people, this is that hour, all right? The album I just came out with is called Ninth Hour, all right? And Wedding of the Lamb is on the way, February 28th. Are y'all walking? You understand? So you had the Sabak and the Lamb. Go watch the movie Black Adam, okay? What chakra did I highlight in the How to Love Again book as Adam, the black one, or the dark one? They come out with a movie, Black Adam. And in the Black Adam movie, Black Adam had the lightning symbol, all right? Of course, this is a comic book before it became a movie, all right? But he had the lightning symbol on his chest, and he had to go against Sabak, all right? And they were fighting for the crown of Sabak. And Sabak appeared with a pentagram, all right, on his chest, raising up out of hell, with hellfire coming from his central point, fire, all right? Nar as opposed to Nur or Noir, as opposed to New War. All right, because you have different types of light. You have the Or, then you have the Ish. All right, Ish was fire, and Or was speaking out of light that those people at that time really didn't understand. Okay, because it's like the light that's coming out for your phone. Are you with me? So you watch that movie, they were fighting over that crown. Right at the time this movie came out, right around the time where people was just trying to figure out what happened with Corona. And I told you, Corona means crime. All right, it gives you crime. And crime meant the God of time. It's all about time. Meaning, because it's all literally about time that people woke up. We've been waiting for people to get here. Literally, we've been waiting. We've been holding this weight, watching people try to cross that crossroad for a long time. They just didn't have the key. And now they have it. Now they can open it up and step right here in the tabernacle again. All right, as we were telling you to do decades ago. Are you with me? So they fought over and over and over and over about that crown. They show you that in the movie. Are you with me? So Sabak was the goat. Sabachthani. Lama was the lamb. Lama. The word lama means why in Hebrew. Okay? The word sabachthani is to say forsaking me, or why have I been forsaken? All right? So here's how you know it was a code. Because right there when it was time for Jesus or Isa to go and pray, fall on his face and pray that the cup passed him by and that he did not have to endure the evils of man who wanted to kill him. They wanted to bring back what was done by Kabil to Habil, all right, or Cain to Abel. Kabil is Cain and Habil is Abel, all right. They wanted to bring back that energy of murder, all right, to God's son. Someone who was begotten, meaning somebody opened the door for Jesus to come through. That's what begotten would have meant, meaning they were able to be here by way of another person, all right. They wanted to kill God's son, someone that they thought to be son of man. Even though they were trying to kick it like they didn't think so, they were trying to stone him and all this other stuff. They saw his miracles. They saw what he was able to do. They knew he was one of the elect. They knew he was a part of the elves, all right, or the Elohim, all right. So he prayed to the Father. And they said that if he prayed to the Father, his Father would hear him. Let's deal with that firstly. He prayed to the Father. And he said, only if it's in your what? Will. He used the word. Only if it's in your will, not my will. Stay with me. Okay? So he said, yo, let this cup pass me by. Only if it's in your will, not in my will. Because I don't want to die, is what he was explaining. He said he was sorrowful even unto death. Okay, the burden he was carrying was so what? Heavy on him. It had a lot of weight on him, and he wanted to be relieved of it. Are you with me? But he made a pact or a deal or an agreement. He came to an understanding with his father called Abba in that scripture. And he was saying, if it's in your will, meaning not just because I want this to pass me by. Why am I nailing that point? Because when he was on that cross, he would never have said, why have you forsaken me? Because he already would have understood that if he was to survive this event or not endure this event, okay, it would have been the will of the Father. So if he had to endure it, he would have just endured it. Are you with me? No, it was a science. And that science was saying, which L are you going to choose? Are you going to choose the dark side, or are you going to choose the light side? Are you going to choose the Elah that's associated with Sabak and Baphomet and Sophia, the demiurge world? Or are you going to come up here with us? who've been looking at everybody play around with the little stuff. And we said, why aren't they able to project how I'm projecting? I'm not talking about just raise my voice. I'm saying project means, like when you say project, it means to build a certain thing. You have a project, you're working on something. All right, you can bring that project to the world and the world can behold it. Every time I project, you look out into the world and you see what I project happening in the world. All right, but there's lower science. We saying, wake up, come up here. All right, you don't have to crawl around with the belly crawlers or the belly dwellers. Come up here where we are, and you'll be able to see that not only do we already understand that science, because they try to misinterpret it. They say, well, because we're dealing with the light, we're afraid of the dark. No, it's because we already mastered the dark. We don't need to use the dark, but can you do the light? Wise man can come down those stairs and deal with the dumbfounded. Okay, but when we found them dumb niggas, could they come up there where we was at? All right, do they know how to ask why enough to become wise? No, they didn't follow the lamb. Are you with me? So that was the key point. So again, Jesus, Asa, was on that cross, right? Matthew chapter 27. And when he was on that cross, he gave up his ghost. And you'll read this in Matthew 27, 45, I think it was through 50, 53. Actually, Matthew 27, 50 is what he was telling you he gave up his ghost. All right, it starts at Matthew 27, 45, where it was explaining a very specific science. And the science was that at about the 6th hour, all right, they didn't just say the 9th hour, because my album was 9th hour. They also mentioned a 6th hour. They said at about the 6th hour, darkness was all over the lands. Okay, darkness, which is Shaitan's world, or Shaitan's frequency. All right, or sex frequency, like when the sun sets, it gets dark. You understand? Darkness was all over the world up until the 9th hour. And then at the 9th hour, what happened? He was able to rise up off that cross and he gave up his ghost. All right, right there as G, you see the ghost word. Are you with me? So if we were to look at the clock, I know it'll be kind of difficult to do this without showing you a diagram. But if you look at the clock, all right, you can use, let's just use the, matter of fact, you see that line right there? You see the line right here? Let's just do it like that. All right, so you see 12 up here, that's that line pointing to 12. All right, and to y'all, I think 3 would be where? Is 3 here? I think 3 is over here for y'all. Okay, because it's reversed a little bit. So 3 might be here for y'all looking at the clock. If not, then just deal with it. I'm looking at the screen. So yeah, I think 3 is over here. All right, I'm going to hope so. All right, so you got 12, wherever the hell 3 is supposed to be at. All right, then you got 6 for sure down there. And then you have the 9. Are you with me? So if we were to go step by step through these 4 corners of the ard, or the earth, stay with me. The 4 points or 4 vertices or corners of this pyramid from the eagle eye view, we would go from 12 to 3, which will give you 15. All right. And from 3 to 6 will give you 21. And from 6 to 9 will give you 30. You understand? So meaning you adding these things together. You add 12 plus 3, 15. 15 plus 6, 21. All right. 21 plus 9 gives you 30. All right. After you arrive at that 30, you got to ask yourself, where can I find 30 when it comes to this conversation? What they said in the book of Luke, chapter 3, verse 23. Okay. They were saying he was about Jesus. They said Jesus was about 30 years old when he went out to start bringing his ministry to the public. Are you with me? So you look at that, number 30. All right. This was around the time that people say that he died. That's why I tell you, find me 33. You don't find 33. Okay, now you can have a conversation about the Passover's coming about. I understand that. But that's why I use the word about. Because if I say about right here, okay, or approximately right here, it's not saying directly on that point, okay, but you deal with that whole range of that point, and this is what we're telling you to pay attention to. So again, let's go from 12 to 3 to 6 to 9. It gives you, in addition, 30. All right? So this is still a cross, by the way. If you don't know yet, 12, 6 is the line. And 3 and 9 is a line. That's a cross on your clock. We already went over this. All right. So from 12 to 9, you have a 30-year point. All right. If you're adding the numbers. And at that 30th point, all right, he had to, which would have been that 9 point, the 9th hour, literally 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. He had to give up his ghost. He had to escape. He had to get out of the what? The circle, which is another word of saying the cycle. Okay, so this was the whole science of Siddhartha. This was the whole science of Buddha. This was the whole science of anybody who was a master who came before the master called Jesus or Asa. All right, that you had to escape or get free from the trap that is the gravitational pull of the planet Earth, meaning you would have had to ascend and become weightless, meaning less weight. All right, like we give you with the weighing of the heart ceremony. Your heart would have been lighter than a feather. Okay, meaning you can ascend at that point. Not that it just weighs the same amount as a feather. Are you with me? So he was able to escape. How did he escape? He escaped in the ninth hour and gave up his ghost. Are you with me? Now watch this. If we look at the word ard, all right, because I'm telling you, this is the 4 points of the earth. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 4 corners of the earth. All right, same way you have 4 chambers of the heart. That 4 appears a lot of times. You have the 4 holy or the living ones who sat upon the throne. All right, the bull, the ox, the eagle, and the man. Okay, that 4 means something, all right, because it's dealing with, in totality, a circle or a square. All right, the only interesting part is you don't have points on the square, but you have points on the clock. That's why they were showing you how to map it out. Are you with me? So if you were to pay attention to 1, 2, 3, 4 points, all right, and said these are the 4 corners of the earth, or if you look at it, the Masons would talk, the compass, okay, which means literally all encompassing. If I say all encompassing, we talking about this whole shit. That what all encompassing is this whole shit. All right. So the compass was dealing with north, all right, west to y'all, I think, and east and south. Okay. All right. They gave us news when we was in high school. These are the 4 points or the 4 directions of the planet Earth. You called the planet Earth in Arabic, Aradu. All right. Hebrew, it was Eretz. All right. In actuality, it was speaking about a land. It wasn't speaking about the whole plane. That was another confusion because Eretz meant land or country. All right. So the Arabic word for earth was Aradu. And to simplify that word Aradu, you gave it Ard, A-R-D. All right. Now watch this. If I say the word Ard as a suffix, all right, like if you tell somebody they're a coward, all right, that means they're always cowering. Ard meant always. All right, you're always cowarding. All right, if you say you're what do you call it? Give it another bullard. It's different words with the ard. Okay, but look at the coward. Coward. All right, you're always cowering. Okay, the word A-R-D as a suffix in Latin was giving you always, or saying something was always happening. But you will also find that ard itself meant to be free. Okay, so when a person was able to ard, it meant they could flee from being trapped from a thing. Okay, meaning they were able to alleviate themselves from the pressures of being a prisoner. Are you with me? And what do we say? You will know the truth, and the truth will make you free. Or a lot of people think it's set you free, because that's another conversation comes when we say set somebody free. It's still dealing with set, and we don't want to deal with that. And another thing is they actually didn't say set, it said make. Okay, so stay with me. When you're saying auditor, what are you saying? You're saying earth or eradu. And I already explained to you the clock is a diagram of the 4 corners of the 4 points of what you call in your earth. Are you with me? So for a person to get free out of these 4 points, by the time they hit that 9th point, they would have had to leave from here, or they get brought back into the cycle. That's where you go watch the Lion King movie and open up with the circle of life. All right. And then you had something called moksha, all right, by the Hindus or the Buddhists who said they wanted to escape. They didn't want to be caught in this reincarnation cycle. They wanted to escape out of the hellfire, all right, or the hell existence or the Netsut realm. They wanted to go beyond this plane. All right. And one of the ways they had to do it is they literally had to detach from this place in time. Okay. Look at the word in time. They didn't do it in time because it's all about time. All right. We say Yomudin. You say the day of judgment. The day is speaking about a time period. All right, you say Yom Kiyama, day of resurrection. The day is speaking about a time period. You understand? So they had to be able to escape from this place. So my point is, when you're saying the word ard, all right, you're saying always. And I broke it down to you that always is 2 words. Okay, all and ways, meaning every direction. All right, remember who was the clown? Molly with the what was it? Molly the clown with her doll. I don't remember the hell. This is a PBS kid shit. But she had did a little shit pointing all the ways, all directions, every direction. If you were to take this 2-dimensional circle that you're envisioning, all right, and flip it upon itself to be 3rd-dimensional, all right, at least for the depth of field perception, you would have a sphere, which is the all-encompassing reality that you exist within. If I draw your reality on a piece of paper as this dot right here being you, all right, as that center of that key tab, that katub, the whole reality is operating around you. You understand? Same thing I broke down when I was 16 years old in the 16-year-old Mason teacher's class, Hidden Knowledge. All right, relativity, or some people call it general relativity, whatever. All right, whatever theory of time you want to give it, it's saying that this person right here, which is us or you, all right, is the main character. Of anybody's story, you're the main character. The world literally revolves around you as time and space are a continuum. And this reality called the universe, or this observable universe, is what's referred to as mentalism, all right, or mental. The universe is mental, Okay, so if the universe is mental, then all this is happening in your mind, all is mind, which means all of this is happening beyond your mind because you have to deal with that polarity. All right, then as I exist in this reality, all of you exist because I exist here. And anybody who just heard me say that, the reason why I exist is because you're here. All right? Same thing with the dream state. As soon as you wake up from a dream or come back from a dream, everybody that you left over there, you ever wonder what happened to them? Do you ever wonder whether or not they wonder what happened to you? It doesn't matter if you think that they're subconscious projections, whatever you think they are, they were able to function as some type of conscious living being. You understand? Meaning they were real. And some people have conversations with you, they lead you, show you places. All right, some of y'all have advanced dreams like I do. I don't have normal dreams. I don't even know what a normal dream is. There's always some crazy shit happening in my dreams. You know what I'm saying? But you'll see that these are real events and real occurrences. So my point is this just here. All right, if you're sitting in the center of your reality and the all is mind, then every single thing you do, every deed that you do is not only affecting the reality, okay? The reality itself is responding to that deed. This is where you get into the cycle of karma, which as a whole, we have to come on here and do a whole teaching on karma. Are you with me? Because it's not what people think. They give you 4 main pieces of karma, by the way, but it's not. We got to come on here and get into that another time. All right, but remember that the way to get out of the circle or the cycle was through detachment. Are you with me? That's why you never forget always. Always as in perpetually, but always as in every direction. If you go look up the shape of the universe, they'll give you a sphere. Are you with me? And if you were to draw it down on a piece of paper, second dimensionally, you would draw a circle with a dot in the center, as in literally what's referred to as the focal point or the area of concentration, all right, or procentration. All right, because you remember Kant was always saying something that was negative and Pro was saying something that was positive. And if you're going from a negative to a positive charge, that's how you ascend. Are you with me? If you become positively charged, you're ascending. Okay? So all of the earth was the prison for people. Okay, or human beings, so to speak. And they had to escape through the art of detachment, or someone had to come through and deliver them. Are you with me? Which is why I named this teaching, You Cannot Die. This is not to say that it is impossible for you to die. This is me reminding you, you did not come this far to die. You understand? Because remember, death had multiple meanings. Death could mean literally somebody's dead, as in rigor mortis are set in and they're not coming back. Are you with me? They're gone. Death could also mean, like people say with ego deaths, is you used to be something, but now you're not that. All right? But death could also mean, like when we say don't touch that tree on that day, you're going to surely experience what death is, and we don't want you to experience that death. All right? Death could mean you're not able to access the tree of life. You cannot do that and still ascend. At this point in time, we're too far in. If you've been walking, however you found me, all right? If you've been walking, it don't even got to be me that you found, as long as you found it, all right? If you look over there and I ain't over there, but it's still it, I don't have no problem. But if you've been walking through generations, reincarnating, how you know you're reincarnating? Because you have a mother and a father, all right? And that's energy transferring or transforming. And you know energy, law of thermodynamics, cannot be created nor destroyed according to what we know in science. So with every piece of information that your parents have, guess what? You're that also. All the experiences that they went through, guess what? You're those experiences too. Now you're going to add on your own science. You're going to add on your own knowledge. You're going to have your own faith. You're going to have your own deeds. And even in that day and time, all right, which we're in, people won't be able to vouch for you. Okay? You would have to have your own vouchers, all right, to make the trip. Are you with me? So in this day and time, if you made it here, then you were supposed to make it here. You cannot go back. Remember what I told you? I had a dream when I was 5 years old. I think I was either 5 or 6 years old. I had a dream, and there were 2 Yeshuas. Actually, it was 1 Yeshua and 1 Jesus. All right? Yeshua was using lightning, and he was a melanin-dominant man with an afro. He had on all white. Okay? And Jesus, both of them had on all white. One of them had on a red slash, though, and that was Jesus. All right? I don't think I saw Yeshua with a slash on. Right? But Yeshua was using lightning and fighting the other Jesus, all right? And the other Jesus was a Caucasoid. And this isn't despite no race, this was just my dream, all right? But he was using fire. Are you with me? So we had to get off of the planet. This is a dream, not a vision, this is a dream, all right? And we had to go up this white, what do you call it, a bridge. And it kind of arced up as we walked. We had to walk up this bridge. But as we walked up the bridge, everything behind us was disappearing. Okay? Meaning if you drop something, ain't no going back. If somebody fall, ain't no going back. And I was given the task of making sure that nobody strayed off of the path of my family. So it was my family that was walking up the bridge. All right. At the end of that, we was able to get up out of the planet. My point is this. I told you, go listen to the sermon song, because a lot of things I said in the sermon song came out 2018. All right. Don't think I can't walk on that water just because I swam with you. You know what I mean? Yeah, I can swim with you, but like I said, after a certain point in time, we can't go back. You with me? I've been saying this every now and again. I'll remind you, hey, look, if I say we on green light, ain't no going back from willpower. I don't want to get no excuses. Of course, I could have left the door open and said, yeah, all right, we're going to go 2-day fast. No excuses. All right, you're not doing this for me. There's no reason why you can't fast for 2 days. You understand? If there was even a health reason for a lot of people, I'm not going to go too deep into that. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to approach that because they'll try to strike you. All right, they'll say, well, you're not a doctor, so I'm not going to go over there. All right, so that whatever that, you consult your doctor. I understand that. Okay? But when it comes to 2 days, when it comes to 2 days, you can't do it. You can do 7 days. We did 9 days last year. Who was there? We did 9 days, no food. Okay? And again, you don't report to me. I'm not your God or nothing. You're the one you report to. If you tell me you did the fast, I don't know whether you're telling me the truth or not. You understand? Who do you have to respond to? You. Okay? So this is what this is about. So when I'm telling people, willpower is that light right there. You're experiencing it. When you come on here and see me with it, it's resonating and settling in or thriving and bouncing around in your sub or super conscious. It's happening. All right? They can try to listen, say what they want to say. I know the science. It's happening. Now you're starting to associate me with the green light, which is why I'm telling you, be prepared, because when that switch happens and we go blue, you're going to have to learn at that moment that there needs to be an adjustment. You won't still be over here. You understand? You will have to go there. And everybody who ain't went there yet, they would have had to quicken up. Go read the book of Ephesians chapter 2. All right? This is the quickening. You have to speed up. And then after you hit the blue, then you go on and on and on and on. But all of this is about literally firepower or electricity power or light power. All right, whichever terms you want to use, to say that something has to continue to heat up to speed up, like your reality is doing. Are you with me? So if I say, let's go, they had the red light already. Red glow or the red flames was all over your planet, or this planet. All right, with the 930 degrees Fahrenheit. At 930 degrees up to like 1800 degrees, you got red light and red flames or red glow or holler or aura. All right. After the red glow, you go like 1800 degrees all the way up to like 2200 degrees. Okay, y'all fact check me on that. I think it's 2190 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, that gives you the orange glow. Okay, which is the orange flames. And most people was either there or right there in the red. Okay, and then you go to the yellow. I'm gonna show you a mystery. All right, so make sure you're listening. You go to the yellow, which is like 2200 degrees, all the way up to 2600 degrees and 2500 degrees. All right, that's the yellow glow. It's not just the glow, because you have the glow first, but then you have the flames that come from that glow. So you see that green light, all right, but then you're gonna see the effects of that green light that reach out like the sun's rays. Are you with me? So you have that yellow glow and that yellow light. Make sure you remember these things, because this is the whole science. You go back and check that down. This nigga really, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's that whole science where you had to literally speed up. But something interesting happens after you go past yellow when it deals with what's referred to in science as a true flame. Interestingly enough, they say it's not a true flame. All right, green is not a true flame. You with me? Because it doesn't naturally, unless you're burning copper, all right, you don't really see a green flame. All right, or a gas that burns green. That's why Dr. Malachi was reminding people, when you see them green meteorites, right, you say it's a meteorite, what type of gas burns green? You have to explain that. What flame is going to burn green naturally, unless you're talking about something that occurs with earth elements, all right, where there's a chemical response or a chemical reaction, okay, that yields a green light. But other than that, it goes straight from yellow to what? Who knows? What color do it go through? And I want you to pay attention to that, because I got a song called Q where I mention these colors in it. What does it go from yellow to what? All right, I gave you red, 930, all right, all the way up to the orange, and the yellow, which is the 2,600 degrees, all right, or 2,600 or 2,500 degrees. Right from the yellow, somebody said blue. Right from the yellow, it goes white. You understand? From yellow to white. It skips over that whole green thing. You understand? And then you go blue. And then you go purple. All right, so it's really like 6 points. Because the purple and the indigo are counted as one. All right? So look at it. Red, orange, yellow. We got that. That's accounted for. We can learn the degrees of that. Literally, learn the degrees of what that appears as naturally. And then you go green and you're like, what is there? It's a mystery. You know what I mean? You have to realize that it's associated with purity. White. It goes white. And then you go blue. Notice that as you increase in these degrees, which shouldn't, it goes without saying, you get hotter. You increase in your frequency. You're ascending. So right there at that crossroad, all right, is the white color or the green color. But if you look at the chakra points, is what I'm explaining to you. All right, you go from red all the way up to the purple, the indigo, and violet. Okay, that's the same thing that has to happen with you. You have to ascend. All right, and in nature, all right, when you're speeding things up, they spread out their molecules. Okay, the only time you'll see something different with that, interestingly enough, is like water. You know, so like when you freeze water, technically the molecules are spreading out. That's where you get your ice. Okay, so unless you got like a big slab of ice, all right, it's actually going to be less dense than the liquid water, but the vapor, which is what it is, the gases that comes from it, is going to be fast to spread out and moving around. You understand? Which you can observe that in your kitchen any day. I want to make sure that science is clear so there's no confusion. All right, but other than that, in nature, when something is solid and goes liquid, it sped up its molecules. You understand? And then when it goes liquid into gas, it sped up its molecules. All right, so human beings, we are both solid and liquid. And also we got gases coming in ourselves too. So you look at the science, it's saying you have to ascend. When I go to a school, show, all right, and I get more degrees, I get hotter. And I go higher up in my temperature, all right? And as long as I don't fall victim to my temperature, and I'm going to tell you what that is in a second, then I'm going to continue to ascend and become a master. I'm getting my master's, all right, which is referred to as a degree. And when you're dealing with degrees, not only dealing with heat or temperature, all right, or something that's hot or cold, all right, you're also dealing with arcs, okay? Like if I draw an arc, it'll have a degree, or an angle will have a degree, okay, in math and when you deal with shapes. Are you with me? So as long as I don't fall victim or fall, like when they said in the story, the same story we spoke about when he told him to keep watch, he said the spirit is willing. He's telling you what the spirit is, that green light, Mashiach. All right, that's the science you got to get to that crossroad. Pick up your cross, is what he told you, your staros. And cross was really a pole, by the way, if you look at staros. It's really a pole. It wasn't really a thou like they give you in the shapes, okay? But even still, you can find the pyramid in the thou, or the mystic thou, all right? But you'll find the staros, all right, which is the real Greek word for the cross, as a pole. He said, pick up that spine, all right, or that staff, like El Kadir had to do, or Moshe, or Musha had to do, or Moses had to do, and walk with me. You understand? He said, the spirit is willing, all right, that green light. But it's that carnal mind, the reptilian brain, all right, that which bred mortality, okay, the lustful self that says lust was the birth of mortality, all right, and the death of divinity. So yeah, birth of mortality, death of divinity, okay? Pick up that cross, walk with me. The spirit is willing, the flesh is weak. That body is not able to ascend because the body, which is attached to the next realm, wants what it wants. That's why they give you the movie Lucy, where he said, you can either reproduce or you can become beyond mortality. All right, touch that tree of life. So you can try to play the game like you're God or Ra or Ray, and you say you reproduce. You're going to produce like Ray, or you're going to come up here where we are and go beyond all of that and escape, all right, at that ninth hour. Are you listening to me? So he said what? The spirit is willing, the flesh is weak. So they were not able to get that science because they fell asleep. He came in and said, yo, you couldn't even keep watch. Listen to what he's saying. Keep watch. What is a watch? A watch is a clock. All right. And it was a third hour and 3 hours. They give you hours and time periods. All right. Say the hour is come, but the hour has not come. No man knows the hour. All right. Even in Al-Quran, the Quran, they were speaking on the hour. They didn't know what the hour meant in Al-Isra. All right. Al-Isra wa Miraj was saying that there was a night journey and an ascension, by the way, because Miraj was saying an ascension. Okay. But Musa didn't know what the hour was that these people were talking about. Okay. Because no man knows that hour. But the ninth hour was elusive. Remember, it was a mystery, the 9, until a certain point in time. And even still, I'm not saying that we know the time period that you're going to see that sky roll back. I'm not saying that. But we're saying that you're this close. When you see disclosure, it's saying you're this close. You're this close to seeing that revelation because people all over the world are starting to behold the signs. All right. Meanwhile, they're spraying the X's across the sun. All right. X marking that spot right there in the central point where that Cant Die as that fire in the center. All right. So if you see that X And the sun is in the center right here. All right, that's literally the pyramid from the eagle-eye view. X marks the spot. Go look at what pyramid means. It means fire, all right, in the center. So do they know they're doing that? Maybe they don't. But they have to do it because it's one of the signs of the reality that you exist in. Part of the reason why I wanted to address you, this shadow, is I wanted to just remind you of what this is about. Okay? A lot of people are on their own individual paths, and I understand that. People have touched what they touch. People dealing with what they're dealing with. When you cross that threshold, it is only you and God. Not me, not your mama, not your brother and sister, not your cousins, not your girlfriend, not your boyfriend. When you have to face reality, all right, and you haven't faced it yet, then what will you do? When you haven't come to grips with that which you don't know, to understand that there's power in acknowledging that you don't know a thing, yet you walk around boastful and prideful and say there is no God and say that I'm God. All right, do you really know that? Because God should know how to answer certain questions. The source would know how to answer certain questions. Come on. Because it's nothing but measly English. Come on. You know what I'm saying? There's a million words in it, but it's just English. They should know if I ask, when was all of this created? They should know the answer. They should ask, if I ask, when will all of this end? You should know the answer. Niggas can't get when the Golden Gate Bridge gonna fall right. So how you gonna get the whole of creation, you know what I'm saying, correct in one lifetime? No, this is what I'm explaining to you. I wanted to come and remind you that when I did the teachings of the psychic self-defense, when I did the teachings of the different types of demons, when I did the teachings of what and where is hell, when I did the teaching of Rosicrucian, when I did the science of the green light, you got to really think about how many classes I've done with just Young Elder alone. All right, not to mention the clubhouse days, not to mention all the lives that we've done. All right, you can realize that there's a commonality in it. I'm still reminding you about what you're calling source. Okay, because what you really would have to call it, you can't bear it right now. That's why I say more things we have to tell you, but you can't bear it. Because to even call it means that it has to respond to you. And you don't have those tones. We don't have those tones. You understand? But people are associating it with being some type of source, which charges a reality. Okay, well, I'm reminding you about that. That's why the biggest song that I have is called Source. All right, all I did, listen, I posted a meme. It got so big, people were assuming I paid money for it. You know what I mean? They were hearing it everywhere. They said, yo, how much did you pay for the promotion? I didn't pay anything. I woke up one day, I was like, yo, I'm gonna make this meme. I'm gonna put Supreme Dreams on this shit, all right? And I'm just gonna put my music on it, and I'm gonna post it. I posted it. Next thing I know, the shit went up. You understand? 400-some thousand streams, 300-some thousand views, and it was just the audio. And people are saying, yo, we don't know what this man is saying, but we know that whatever it is, it resonates with us. Okay? People didn't even know it was Arabic. So think about it. Now we got the letter of 21 Savage. A lot of people didn't know that 21 Savage was associated with the Right Knowledge movement. Boom. But because of phase one, now they know. Boom. It doesn't mean that because you go and look at that video and you see 15,000 views, I think it is now, maybe 16,000, which I appreciate everybody who viewed it and been supporting. All right, because the views been going up. You look at that, you think that represents how many people know about it. No. Oftentimes what happens is you'll look at a number and it's actually more people going out into the world talking about it. Then it becomes a conversation where you don't even have to know who brought the message. The message is out there. Come on. You understand? That's why I said 19 Keys exposed. That's why I said 21 exposed. That's why I said Beyonce exposed. It doesn't mean that I'm giving it to everybody. It means here you go. It's exposed. Dinner is ready. I mean, I shouldn't say that because we're on a fast. You know what I mean? Water is ready. And everybody gonna get it. It's been exposed. So if you come and get it, that's on you. But I put it out there. Well, okay, now what are you gonna do with that information? You gotta ask yourself, how did 21 end up over there? If he was right here where I'm at, how he end up all the way over there? What happened? And this is the work of none other than Akai. So I wanted to remind you. All right, that's why to give you the science or that statement of the devil's biggest trick is making people think that they didn't exist. You understand? And I challenged that and advanced that statement by saying his real biggest trick or deception was making people think that God didn't exist. Because you see the devil everywhere. You see the devil in the schools. You see the devil in the music industry. You see the devil in your household. You see the devil down the street at the corner store waiting on somebody. You see the devil doing a drive-by. You see the devil committing the murders out here. You see the devil, you see the devil everywhere. The devil is no shortage of Shaitan in the Nesut realm of the material plane. He's everywhere. You walk outside, all right, and you're risking. Matter of fact, you don't even gotta walk outside. The plane could be crashed on your bed. The devil is everywhere. Anything that would go against the natural order, things that are happening out of order, is everywhere. Murder was actually not a part of the order. Meaning human beings were not ordered to murder. Okay, it was Halal who put it in Cain's ear of not just to murder, he taught him how to murder. You understand? That was a deeper story where he said, look, here go how you do it. And he took the stones and he put some grapes down. This is found in the Holy Tablets. All right? He put some grapes down on the ground and smashed the grapes with the stones. He said, this is what you do to Abel, all right, or Habil. This is what you do to him. All right? And Cain learned from Halal or Shaitan, Satan, how to commit the murder. He also took on the form of a dove, all right, and went and fought a raven. And until the raven died, the dove didn't stop fighting. And then he killed the raven. He said, this is what you do to Abel. So he showed him two examples, one abiotic, one biotic, examples of how to commit murder. You understand? My point is this, it's everywhere. All of the grave sins, they say 7 deadlies. You walk outside, you're tripping over 3 of them. You know what I mean? They're everywhere. There's no shortage. But you want to know there's a shortage of? There's a shortage of pristine purity when it comes to Islam and Christianity or Judaism or Buddhism or anything when it comes to a religion or a way of life that was supposed to tie you to a contract of some sort or a protract to show you the degrees of some sort that will allow for your reality to stay in order. What happened? People started to find out religion meant buying. They said, what it means to buy something? Not realizing that a covenant was needed to maintain order. Look at the world. If we did not need religion, okay, look at a world that has religion and won't use it. They don't use it. I'm not talking about the beast going around conquering all these countries. All right. I'm not talking about the people who scream a name of the source while they're about to commit suicide and kill others. All right. I'm not talking about any of the devilishment that took place on account of the source. All right, or God, or universe, or divine, all right, where there was a perversion of the essence of it. I'm not speaking about that. I'm speaking when we gave you an order. That's what we gave you. All right, you can subdue the earth. Yeah. Make sure you take care of this. Make sure you take care of that. Yeah. Be fruitful and multiply. Yeah. Mankind has gone against every order we gave. You know what I'm saying? So now we're in this day and time. We say, okay, you're looking at a judgment that's taking place because of that. Now, you don't have time to point fingers at the white man because you're living in this planet. You don't have time to point fingers at the black man because you're living in this planet. Only thing you have time to do is assume the position as guys of the earth. You have to actually, so you can't just call yourself NOGE, Nation of Guys and Earths. All right, I don't say one earth, unless you're talking about the super earths and everything. All right, but you can't just call yourselves that. You have to literally assume the position and absorb the science, not just observe, absorb, all right, all encompassing the science of the circle 7. All right, or the 7 when it's circled, and realize why the 7 is circled. Let me tell you why the 7 is circled. Because the 7 is the letter G. You understand? Let nobody tell you anything else. And if that 7 is circled, they still tell you about a clock. Now you can't unsee it. Go look at the circle 7 Quran, and you're going to see a clock. And now you know that the 7 is a key, all right, or a G, as the 7th letter of the English alphabet is none other than G. Are you with me? So they were reminding you of that. But mankind stepped out of order. So what was his biggest trick? They made people think that God didn't exist. They spiritualized God, but they didn't spiritualize the devil. You with me? They allowed all these other people who had these homes of merchandise or houses of merchandise to thrive. These pastors and imams who misled masses of people. Okay? These popes and all the rest of the people who put up head on these pedestals as if they were God. You got people bowing down, kissing their ring and all this other bullshit. You understand? You got this person over here can barely walk, the queen. You know what I'm saying? She taking foot by foot, inch by inch to get to her damn escalade. You know what I mean? Niggas still worshiping her. Yo, why? Yo, she's royal blood. There's no such thing as royal blood. What are you talking about, royal blood? No, the blood is just blood. You know what I mean? Look, I got blood, you got blood, you might got different types, but there's never been a such thing as royal blood. That was bullshit from the beginning. Okay, the only way you can they tried it with the Cohen gene. Listen, I've been around. I've seen this shit as in studied and paid attention to all the different ways that they literally tried to say this particular bloodline was above others. All right, what it calls for was you got people now who are calling themselves Hebrew Israelites. All right, and because they're melanin dominant people, and they say that melanin dominant people would have been those people of those times in the stories. All right, then it must mean that they come from a man named Israel or a man named Jacob or Yaqub. All right, then I asked them all these other questions about how was Jacob the only nigga having children? Of all the people that would have been accounted for in that time period, how was Jacob the only nigga with children? All right, what is Dinah's seed? What happened to the rest of her story? Why is it going? Because it was 13. They want to keep it with the 12 because it's all men. When you talk about Dinah, they like, oh yeah, she endured something, she was assaulted. You know what I mean? But they don't want to go into what's the rest of her story. All right, where's the rest of the story on both sides? Where's Ishmael's other 13th daughter? What's going on with these people? They left out the mother. They left out the women. So to this day, all these men are running around and say, we're Israelites. I say, prove it. They say the prophecies, brother. I said, well, the prophecy could have been, it could have been pertaining to anybody. Literally, anybody in that time period that would have fit that prophecy would have been them. That doesn't mean that those are my ancestors. You understand? So, okay, just because there was this story that says there was a flood, they got other stories on different parts of the world. Am I supposed to discount their stories just because you coming with one? I don't think that's wise. How about this? We don't know. And because we don't know, you cannot say you're an Israelite. Truthfully. Or I'm going to ask you to prove it. And if your way of proving it is showing me a book with words in it that anybody could have written at any given time for any given purpose, all right, that they still allowed to be out here, ain't like they going around houses seizing the books.
Come on.
All right, because they know people ain't going to understand it. There's no reason for them to do that. If all you have is a book, then family, there's no way you can know whether or not you're an Israelite. There's no way. You can claim it. I respect it. I respect your belief. I respect the Hawashai, the tones, all of that. I understand. The keeping the law, statutes, commandments. Listen, I understand. All the camp sciences. Listen, we going through it. 360 question has Hebrew Israelite. Y'all been Yahweh, Ben Carter, Ben Amin. Listen, I get it. Okay, I understand. The prophecies of 2000, everybody gonna get on the ship and leave. Nobody ain't leave. I get it. I understand. They didn't hold them accountable for being a false prophet or none of that. They just let it go on. So I get it. At this day and time, to call yourself an Israelite without knowing yourself that you are one, all right, puts you right in the category of who you think they're talking about when they say they know the blasphemy. You understand? But do you think people pay attention to that? No. So the point is this. With all of these orders that were given, when you say the word order, it's a command. With all of these commands that were given, all of these covenants and these deals and these agreements, say, look, if you do this, I'm going to do this. All right, we do that today. Listen, we use a binding every day. You say, yo, I'm going to give you $5. All right, I want you to make me a sandwich. You know what I mean? Or, yo, I'm going to give you $70. I want you to, you know what I'm saying, go do a store run for me. Yo, I'm going to give you $200. I want you to do my hair. All right, it's a contract or a protract. All right, you're literally making a deal or an agreement with someone. So, okay, so look, if you take care of this planet, you take care of your children, you raise them up to be more than just dust, all right, or muck of the earth or scum of the earth, all right, when we make a return, this is what we will provide for you because you will prove that you're worthy of that. All right? Now, be careful because he's going to nigga over there. You see that scaly-ass nigga? He don't think you worthy. We actually made a deal. We ain't tell you nothing about it, but I'm going to let you in on something. I made a deal with this nigga. He don't think y'all niggas can make it. You know what I'm saying? I think you can make it. Let's see what you do. I can't do it for you. It's against intergalactic law for me to do it for you. All right? It's against planetary law for me to do it for you. I cannot intervene. All right? These people don't think that you're supposed to be able to wake up and rise up. These people do. Okay? So then here go the question. You want to know what the question is? The question is to be or not to be. Here's what he's talking about. The question is Hamlet, William Shakespeare. All right? To be or not to be. That is the question. All right? You remember the part where he was saying, yo, there is no such thing as good and bad. All right? But when you think something, it is that. When your thinking makes it so. Okay? When you say to be or not to be, all right, that is the question. That's saying what? Toby, which is Tob, to be. Listen, Toby, go look it up. Get with me. Toby, agreeable. Or not Toby, disagreeable. So when he said to be or not to be, that is the lemma. That is the why, the question. All right? What he's at or stating is to agree or to disagree. Are you with me? Because I can give you an order. You can agree or disagree with it, even as a soldier.
Come on.
All right, so long as you have the ability to. That's why we say disagree able. The word is right there. You're able to disagree or you're able to agree. All right, you have 360 degrees of yourself is that cherub, as they call it, a cherubim. All right, the cherubim side of you, meaning the disagreeable angels side of you, or angel, cherub side of you. Then you have the seraph side of you, or the seraphim side of you. All right, you have the voluntary side of you, because seraph would have been associated with the voluntary side. Every time you make a conscious decision to do better and ascend over just the carnal desire, you're shaking hands, all right, which is the Anunnaki salutation, by the way, to grab a hand. All right? You're shaking hands with the seraphim. All right? Every time you decide, even though you know better, that you're going to do a deed that is in association with disagreeableness and going against the order that you know in disorder, you're shaking hands with the evil ones or the disagreeable ones. All right? These are people betting over your lives as human beings, and they become aspects of yourself. You know what I'm saying? So he said to be or not to be. He's saying Toby or not Toby. He's saying Autobots or Decepticons. All right, if you got my books, you already know. For the people that's on here, if you don't have my books, you see that said play for change right there at the bottom. Send a donation. And we did October 1st to January 1st. Who was working with us? From October 1st, January 1st, if you completed that task of 90 days, all right, there was no ejaculation. If you took the steps with me. You know what I'm saying? If you did that, that took willpower. You know what I mean? People ask me, what do you do if you're in a relationship? You choose. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? I don't think it's any secret by now that people should understand I'm in a relationship. You still choose. And if they, here goes another thing about the green light. If, right hand to the Most High, if I was lying, that this wouldn't work with green light. You know what I'm saying? Which is why she's able to vouch for the fact that, yeah, this was literally a path that I took. Same way with fasting. If I say with fasting, I had to fast with you, or I wouldn't be able to bring you green light. I wouldn't be bringing you truth or the true light. I'd be bringing you deception. I'm coming in tomorrow. All right, y'all. how y'all fast go? That's bullshit. You know what I mean? You can't do it that way. So holding each other accountable, doing the math, figuring it out, all right, is why I said let's do the fast together. Mass fast. Point being, it requires willpower. All right, willpower. And there's also power in numbers. Okay? So that's why I told you in my book, Rehab, we're going to be activating a grand flower, the grandest flower. Okay? Because the Sahaz Rara is already the crown chakra, the flower you're going to activate anyway. But when you come together and you merge lights, like they showed you in the Eternals movie, as the uni mind, okay, then everything that you were thinking by yourself becomes amplified. It becomes enhanced. You understand? So for people who, as long as you're walking around, you know what I mean, with your state of bliss because of this, and it's not something that you're doing feeling like it is ignominious or shameful for you, that's a whole different conversation. But when you're walking this particular route and you say, yo, I want to continue to ascend and I'm proud to ascend, all right, then you're going to feed that light to other people. Now you don't even just have to have that. It just becomes a part of yourself. Are you with me? So my point is, religion wasn't the bad thing. It was mankind's choice that disrupted the order. It was mankind's or humanity's choosing that caused for this state to be like this. And I'd be remiss, meaning I would miss the light, Ray. All right, if I don't remind y'all, time is running out. All right, I'm already, listen, watch this. Time is running out on me. I walked outside today and I heard it. They say, listen, when I tell people, it ain't going to be as long as you think. You feel me? You have to grasp this right now. This ain't about us. It's not about those of you who are on this live or even those of you who watch the screen recording. Okay? It's too big for it to just be about us. It's about thousands of years after this. This is that point in time. This is that pivotal mark. All right? Or the pivotal hour or the turning point where what we do, our descendants or our lineage, our offspring are either going to be proud of us for it, or they're going to have questions, how some of y'all have questions, and say, why didn't they fight this? Or why didn't they do it this way? Or why didn't they just rise up against that? Or why didn't they just decide that? All right? So look, the elite are doing what I'm telling y'all. They're doing it in their own right and in their own way. They're already thinking about hundreds of years, thousands of years after now. Let me tell you something. If you start thinking how the elite think, if you start speaking how the elite speak, and stop worshiping these idols, because idol mean you ain't going no damn where. If you idol, you just revving up. You ain't moving. You stop worshiping these idols and cast them down. How we did Halal, or how we did that old Draco, or Dragon. All right? If you start moving and thinking how they think, not only will you secure your future, guess what? The now will be affected. Because the moment you make a decision, let me tell you the decision that people had to make this year. Stay with me. You cannot give a fuck who they put in that office this year. You can't. If you find yourself by the 9th month, which is now called the 11th month, of November, which means 9, November, if you find yourself at November giving a fuck about whether or not it's Kennedy or Trump, you missed the Trump. The Trump has already been blown. You have to elect yourselves this year. Chosen ones, as you call yourselves, or conductors or conduits. All right, as we're going over. All right, you have to elect yourself. And then after that, remember my song, God for President, off the Blood of the Lamb album that came out last year. The beginning of last year. God for President. And in that song, what did I say? I think my people love the devil. You know what I mean? I think we're from looking at this world. And at the end of the song, what did I say? Are you in it for your body or your soul?
Come on.
Some people going to say I'm crazy. Some people going to say pseudoscience. You got to know we way beyond them liberty-ass words by now. But if not, then okay, I guess you don't get what I'm doing or how I'm being able to visualize and get to this point and go further, because we will continue to go further.
Come on.
All right, and reach out. More stars and more elements will be moved around. More viral moments will occur. This is a part of it. All right? So they're going to come.
I love this, man. Oh, that's me.
The Trump has already been blown. You have to elect yourselves this year. chosen ones as you call yourselves, or conductors or conduits, all right, as we go on over. All right, you have to elect yourself. And then after that, remember my song, God for President, off the Blood of the Lamb album that came out last year, the beginning of last year. God for President. And in that song, what did I say? I think my people love the devil.
Come on.
You know what I mean? I think, but from looking at this world, and at the end of the song, what did I say? Are you in it for your body or your soul? Some people gonna say I'm crazy.
Come on.
Some people gonna say pseudoscience. You gotta know we way beyond them liberty ass words by now. But if not, then okay, I guess you don't get what I'm doing or how I'm being able to visualize and get to this point and go further, because we will continue to go further.
Come on.
All right, and reach out. More stars and more elements will be moved around.
Come on.
More viral moments will occur. This is a part of it.
Boom.
All right. So they're gonna call it whatever they want to call it. But those of y'all who hear me, you know I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm not saying I invented the information about correcting your status. I'm not saying I invented the information about changing your mind or repenting. Because remember I said you had to repent. You had to change your mind. That's literally what it meant. To repent meant to change your mind. And to change your mind was meaning you had to take yourself into rehab and endure rehab. The crazy part about rehab is a lot of people think you just go in there and they just treat you and you come out. No, those people go through hell. It's hellfire, because there's a part of themselves. Who read the rehab book where I said the lower parts of yourself are going to feel like they will literally be screaming from the depths of your consciousness. You're going to hear Jan. You're going to hear whisperers, okay? Because it's like literally parts of yourself is saying, I benefit. Scientifically, they're called parasites. You understand? Parasites do not like when it's time for them to be evicted. They don't like that. You understand? They're going to fight. They're going to try to usurp your very willpower. But that's why I reminded you, you always have a choice in your decision making. Now, you may not control the elementals or the environment all the time, or how people were born and who raised them and all that. If somebody walk up to you right now and say, nigga, fuck you. You can't control that they did that. However, you can control not going into nigga mode, all right, or beating their ass just because they said that. You can let that shit bounce right off you. But because of the ego, because of the pride, a lot of people found themselves at an early demise. You understand? Because they couldn't let shit go. All right, I come from a family of a lot of boys. Letting shit go is not easy, especially when y'all niggas roll like this. You know what I'm talking about? There's some shit that we had to let go. I'm punching the air, the carpet. I'm punching everything. It's not easy, especially when you done got to a certain level. A lot of people see me now. You see me now. Some people might be on here. Don't say nothing. But you see me now. Yeah, I ain't never been no off the wall. Well, you listen, you see me now. That's all I'm saying. If only you can see, yeah, you see me now. But there was a point in time where the nigga was like, who, when? And I just want to know anything I could. Who, when, what, where, how. Anything you can give me, any information, any information that make you think that this is what that is. Because they judge you. They say, oh, he's articulate. He can articulate. He has a vernacular. He walks and he speaks proper English. And yeah, he's trying to get everybody to work together. But push that button. And you're like, where the fuck this shit come from? Listen, people find out the hard way. They don't even know how to turn restaurants over. You know what I mean? All kind of shit. Listen, hypothetically. All right? Because it's a button. We be all good, too. We drinking our water. Be like, yo, it's always the quiet one. Leave us the fuck alone. Because as soon as you get that shit, you don't know where it's coming from. And there's only been one voice that could ever calm me down. And sometimes that voice can't calm me down. And that's my mama. My mama been standing on the balcony. I got a whole bike in my hand. Like, you know what I'm saying? She screamed my name, Omari. Only reason why I put that shit down. You know what I mean? I blank out willingly. That's another thing. I think I gotta get diagnosed. I willingly blank out. You know, some people be black out and they don't remember shit. I tell people I blacked out. I remember everything. I just blacked out. I saw black. I saw red. It didn't block my vision or nothing. I just saw it. It was over there as a stop sign. But I still did what the fuck I wanted to do. My point. You know what I mean? Some people elevated beyond that point. You know what I mean? And you don't go back. All right, so wrap it all around. Once you reach this level of elevation, don't go back. You know what I mean? Don't fall back into that world. Keep going. Now, the pain of it, that's why I was explaining about rehab, is then it becomes, well, what do you do for pleasure? All right? Remember when it came to flying or crossing states and countries, it says a business or pleasure. Be about your father's business. It becomes less about pleasure. And then you get pleasure for being about your father's business or your mother's business, your mother and your father. Honor them both. You know what I'm saying? You watch Book of Clarence, they put that in there. Honor your mother and your father and your mother. I fucked the shit up. He said, honor your father and your mother. It makes it, that's Exodus 20:12, by the way. But yeah, you listen, you got the honor of them. Then listen, you got somebody that's leading you into the proper way, into the proper rights. Well, then walk in that order. All right, and then after that, you become, listen, you about their business. When they lost Jesus, they didn't know where the hell the young nigga was at. They like, what the hell is this nigga at? They went and found him. I don't know how you lose a whole, well, you can do it. They lost this nigga. They found him, he was teaching elders. They said, yo, we've been looking all over for you. He's like, yo, man, get going with y'all, bro. Hold on, bro. Oh, y'all hold on, bro. What's you doing? You fucking shit up for me. Like, bro, you don't know I'm about my father's business. Well, you know you'll find me where I'm doing my father's business at. You know what I mean? They don't know that Jesus was a player. He wasn't about none of that shit. Folks telling, hey, Jesus, come do the little shit you do. Turn the water to wine. He damn near went off on that lady, his mama. He damn near went off, bro. What the fuck? Why are you telling me to do this shit now? We don't even go on for another 8 years. Why are you telling me to do this now? You know what I'm saying? But my point is, he had to be about his father's business. You get a mission about yourself. Have a definiteness of purpose, and you're going to find pleasure in that. Is it easy? It may be easier for some than others, but it's all about a decision. So I came on here to say, yo, you cannot die. You could not have gotten this far to die.
Come on.
All right? Let me give you another secret. When I say F Black History, because that's one of my songs, F Black History, okay? Now you should understand, I ain't just talking about the little shit they put in front of you. Because Black was saying the darkness, all right, or Set or Baphomet's world. All right, and his story is speaking about all of the lies or the fables or tales, okay, that the dragon or Shaitan brought you. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Now it's time to get right, I don't want to say back, get forward into order. Get forward into the divine. All right, lean into it. Because ain't no really going back when people ain't even been there. All right, get forward into the divine. So I say F Black History. And what you'll find throughout that whole song, when I'm breaking down these sciences, is saying, come out of the darkness. Same thing, I have a book called Out of the Darkness. All right, I am not a slave. You're made free. All right, I have a song that's coming on the Wedding of the Lamb album. It's called Clouded. And in that song, I say, I'm made free by the truth that I know. The truth will make you free. Come up out of Black history. Next year, I shouldn't see nobody talking about some happy Black history. And you saw let people talk. February ran past. Nobody give a fuck about that shit. You know what I mean? I've been saying fuck that. Fuck Black history. And a lot of people think I'm saying it just for the first time. I've been saying this shit. I had a song in 2019 said F they month. Or fuck they month. Right? So I say F Black history, come out of that. Come into the now, the light of now. F Black history, come into the white now. Right now. Stand here in the holy place. You see the abomination, okay, spoken of by Daniel the prophet. You see it already. Mm-hmm. So stand in that holy place. And when we say stand in that holy place, what color? White. What raiment? White. What garb? White. Which means your what? Frequency is continuing to ascend. You're increasing in frequency. Come out of the shade room, all of my people. Come out of her. You know what I mean? Listen, stop going. Listen, the shade room, unless it's a window seat, because that's magic. I get Caesar shit. There's no reason. Come out of there. Come out of there. It was set up as a trap. That's what it represents. That's what it was always going to represent. They know people like mess, and they know people when the heat comes like to be in the what? In the shade. We're in the information age, we're in the fire age, or the light age, where you have to ascend and become more increasing your frequency, and people are running over there to the shade, and that's where they spend their life. They spend years. Listen, blink if you need help. It's been years since the shade room been popping. People live there. They don't know what to do unless the shade room posts something, which is why all of these politicians make sure they go to the shade room. You know what I mean? If they want to run something out and drop it on you, they go to the shade room. Not only does the shade room post, they put a narrative on it. So that all the millions of people who see it, when they see that post, they telling people how to think about it, and they go out into their own corners and start making their own content about what they told them people to think already. Which is why they were able to attack Ye so damn fast. The nigga had just put on the White Lives Matter shirt. As soon as he turned around, he was all over the news. He had just put the shit on, but the shade room picked it up and ran with it. You understand? Come out of the shade room. You want to know what's going on in the shade room? I broke down in the letter to Sexy Red. No, it wasn't letter to Sexy Red. It was Sexy Red and Drake Exposed on the Brother Young Elders page. Right? I broke that down and said, Ombre. Listen, he said Aubrey. Aubrey is Drake's name. And Aubrey was Al Brick. All right, Alb Rick. And Al was saying an elf, and Rick or Eric meant a ruler. All right, so the elf ruler. I broke all that down if you didn't catch it. I even told you he was the father of all the elves, the main elf. All right, and elf meant fallen angel. You would have called Drake Jan. All right, because he had the word jinn, which is saying like he liberty demons. At least that's how I look at them. Like liberty demons that you know run through in the games. The little minions, the little turtles and shit. Those are the jinn. Then you have like the big nigga, I don't know the fuck nigga. I should know the nigga name. The Kong, the donkey nigga, whoever the fuck. Who the nigga, big nigga? I can't think of the nigga name. Somebody gotta help me. I played the game. I remember he threw the little. I think it's the same game. Nigga threw like the beer case and shit, whatever. But that nigga, the beat the chest ass nigga, Donkey Kong, I think, whatever. That's Jan. You know what I mean? So Draco or Dragon or the Big Father or whoever the fuck, what you call it? Browser, him. The shit you look up when you, the browser niggas, all them Google body ass, them niggas. That's Jan. Those are the father, Donkey Kong, whoever. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Any of them niggas. Listen, King Kong, anybody who did this, that's what I'm talking about. Anybody who was a monkey, all right, who was up there on them damn towers throwing shit for whatever, that's Jan. All right? So Drake was one of them Albrick rulers. So you say the word Aubrey. I gave you the word ombre, all right, which phonetically is similar. Ombre. Ombre meant shadow. You understand? Or shade. So you say ombre, all right, age. All right, ombrage was a French word, ombrage. Shadow age, ombrage. Okay? And then you say what? Hombre or hombre. All right, you say age, but you say hombre. In Spanish would have gave you man. All right? So there was a person that people used to see, and people still see it to this day, when they went through sleep paralysis, and it was called the Shadow Man. All right, or the Hat Man, they call it, which was a group associated with one of the shadow people groups. All right, 'cause a lot of people talk about seeing shadow entities. So there was a being called the Hat Man, all right, or the Shadow Man. That was the hombre or the shaded being who was Jan or the Jan or the fallen one who governs over this reality. Another thing they may have been seeing too, because there was other different depictions, is Israel, the real Israel or Azrael. And Azrael is the angel of death, who all of you human beings, or us, all of us human beings will have to encounter one day, whether you think that they're there or not. Listen, if you take a deep breath, okay, in the shadow, if you ain't scared, only for those who ain't scared, if you just take a deep breath, all right, stay with me because we're going to go back to the shade room part, but I want to show you the science. If you take a deep breath in the shadow, okay, if you ain't like that, how you agree, like, you know what I'm saying? And put yourself in the center. Say, I am centered. I am centered. I am centered. I am centered. As a mantra or an affirmation, okay? Put yourself in that center. And think of whatever you think freeze is. So think 32 degrees. Think of another 32 degrees and how water freezes at that point. You understand? And then think 212 degrees and how water boils at that point. So think freeze, okay, and then think boil. After you say, I am centered, I am centered. Do that about 30 times straight. You can vocalize it, it'll be more powerful, okay? And then take that deep breath and think of the freezing point. And then take that deep breath and then think of the boiling point. When you think of the freezing point, I want you to think of the word sting, okay? And when that word sting appears, what your goal is to make the word sting appear in white letters in your inner vision. Anybody know about the inner vision? Where you can close your eyes and literally see things and it'll start showing you the images in your eyesight as if you're looking at it. So in your inner vision, you want to see the word sting, okay? And then you want to question, once it appears as white, you want to question it. This is the science that gave you even biblically. You want to ask the sting, you want to say, where is it? Ask that whole freeze scenario. Where is your sting and associated with death? Say, where is your sting? Death, where is your sting? All right? And then move to the other polarity. And then you're thinking of boiling now. You're thinking of the 212 degrees. Okay? You're going to think of burn. You're going to see the word burn. You already got sting, the sting of the cold. All right? Or the sting of death. Now you're going to think of the burn of the ruh, or the spirit of the soul, or that fire, okay, that human beings were put in this reality, associated with all these jinn who run on that reality. Although man was the clay, and water may separate the clay, but you can put the clay back together. And the jinn was the fire. When you put water on the jinn, they put out. You know what I'm saying? So you think burn. When you think of the burn, okay, you want to think life in its totality. Life. So you've already seen the polarity now. Okay, you got the death, the freeze, the 32 degrees. Then you got life, the burn, the 212 degrees. You're still right here in the center. Okay, so you want to put that right here when you finish with the sting, put it on your left. And when you finish with the burn, put it on your right. But you're still right here in the center, as Shiva was. Okay? Because Shiva meant that which is not. What's my point here? If you want to familiarize yourself without having to fear the concept of death, you need to understand the all-encompassing reality of your existing here. From death to life, which is right there where you exist. Because you're not at life in its totality, because that's death. And you have not yet died because you're living. So right now you're experiencing the dash between your birthday and what they call your transition date or your death date. Okay? You're in the center already, right there in the now. Okay? Let me tell you something. You got to be ready for this. Maybe you won't be. You may experience a chill. Don't fret. That's just Azrael. You know what I'm saying? That's just him acknowledging that you're acknowledging him. Some people may ready. Listen, I give you things you either ready for or you're not. If you're not, it won't even happen. You're going to forget to do it. Okay? But he's been there. Death walks with all of us. It's not an evil thing. It's not a good thing. He just is. He has the dominion over this whole plane. You know what I mean? The wings that spread out all across the galaxy. There was an Anunnaki who asked to see it. And when he saw it, he fell to it. It literally caused his brain to shut down. And he went into a coma. I think it was Michael. It was Michael or Gabriel. I got to go back and ask the elders about it. But it's actually in the Holy Tablets, right? I got to go see which one it was. I think it was Michael that was like, yo, let me see you. All right? And as soon as he beheld Israel, he fell. That boy went limp because he beheld something that transcends what this reality is. Even for the Anunnaki, you call angels. Are you with me? So death is right there. And death works for God. He's not an evil being. Okay? You only giving it these words, and I'm giving you the being and all this other stuff so that you can understand it. Okay? It's an occurrence that is actually a gift if you look at it, because it gives you an opportunity to return back. If you take in the proper steps, all right, to return back to Elyon El, or Allah, or source of the divine. Which is why we've given you what's referred to as the Sirat al-Mustaqim, okay, which is the way of the straight path. All right, we've given you that straight path and showed you how to walk that straight road, or that straight and arrow, okay, be the straight and narrow. We've given you all the ways you can walk it so that you can get back home. We gave you the straight path. All right, we told you straight as in S-T-R-A-I-T, which means water. We said, where the water? People still don't get it. You got to go back home. You came through water, didn't you? Did you, when we were born, did our parents dig us up out the ground? No. We came here through the waters. The water had to break in order for us to enter into this reality. So how do you think you elevate and get beyond this reality? You got to go back through that way of the water. Okay? Not just that land concept or your father. You got to remember that mother. All right? I was just talking to my homie about this the other day. I said, look at how they taught maritime law to be the law of the water. Mary. Okay? Because you got Mary right there as Marying. Okay? Or Miriam, which is the mother of God. They literally they got a prayer called Hail Mary, where they literally say she's the mother of God, or Ashira, all right, which I've broken down to you to mean the sun, by the way. Ashira means the sun. Okay, never forget that, because that Ashira pole was that gnomon that they used as a sundial to tell time, your ancestors, some of your ancestors. You with me? So you have to return through that order. Okay, the order of the matter or the water has been out here. Okay, they call sacred orders. Ancient mystic order Melchizedek. Daughters of Isis, Eastern Stars, Masons, Rosicrucians, a million orders out here. Christianity, Islam, those are orders too. So everybody had one. Even if you say, no, I'm just a scientist. Well, guess what? Then you knew. He said, you won't be able to say you didn't know. I didn't mean that. No, you can't take it back. If you say you're a scientist, the word science means you knew. So I didn't know. Too late. You said you knew. You understand? Even when we said there would be ones who referred to as Mu'minun or Mu'minati, okay? The believers. All right, belief meant you knew. It wasn't saying you just believe and accept something to be true. Okay, that's why when you took Shahada, you actually said you bore witness. You weren't just saying you believe that this is like this. You believe that Allah is Wahid, all right, or one alone with no partners. No, you gave Shahada or took Shahada and said, I bear witness. You started off by saying, I bear witness. Okay, that's why I gave you the sign and say, isn't it interesting that the word Shuhada means martyr? And if you go look at the etymology of martyr, you'll find it's associated with the word witness. You understand what I'm saying to you? And when people giving their life and saying they take Shahada, they're giving it like they're surrendering over to Allah and saying that is the divine force and the divine force alone. They had the order. Then people say that's just a Muslim thing. But I can point out to you in Christianity where it says you shall have no other alihat or gods before Allah, God. There will be no lowercase g's that can be before us capital G. What he was literally saying, or D capital G. All right. So he said, thou shalt have no other gods before me. All right. There's Allah is alone and has no partners. Okay. This is the source. That's called Teu or Dao or Tao or Ta or the whole. It's like phonetically, they gave you everything you could have to say, we're talking about the straight and narrow, the middle path. Look at what Tao or Dao meant. It was talking about the middle path, or it was called to his Patharuk, or the way. All right. It literally said, here go the way. He said, what is this? Bro, we just told you. Here go the way. You don't want to get out of here? Give me this, man. Come on, I'm giving you the way. This is how you get up out of here. 1, 2, 3. Simple. Can you count? Here you go. 1, 2, 3. All right, there you go. First, second, third. All right. 1, 3, 5. Root, third interval, fifth interval. 3-part harmony. AUM. Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Father, Mother, Child. Like, bro, what else do y'all niggas need? He's like, I don't get it. I mean, we gave you 1 plus 1. You look at 1 plus 1, you can see a bridge in the middle. Just walk over the shit. It ain't nothing to it. And he still didn't get it. You know what I mean? So here we are. We should ask, like, well, how much time did you think you had? Because look at what the evil one has done to your world. All right? While you were relaxing, okay, or lapsing on Ray and not using your light to activate, look at what they've done to this place. So we're questioning you, asking, what will you do about it? You know what I mean? Notice, I'm not on here always just saying, oh, the government this, the government that, the government this, the government that, the government this. You know, they're doing that. You don't see me. I'm always reminding you about what you can do. Mm-hmm. I'm always reminding you about what you could do with the music industry. I'm always reminding you about what you can do to Hollywood. All right? I'm always reminding you, it's a 9th hour. I talk about Diddy, all this. Look around. Ain't Diddy damn near under the trial? You know what I'm saying? Listen, all this, I'm telling you, it appears how we say it. You could do that. You feel me? You don't have to wait for any of these people. But they don't want to people, the elite, the so-called elite, don't want people to activate that, especially not together. That's why we say hold fast to the rope. Is the rope. They say hold fast to all them ropes that we getting up. Hold fast to the rope. The rope do like this. It's like that. You see the little line in it? It's like that. Hold up fast to the rope of Allah, the source, the divine, the vine that connects you to divinity. All right? Hold fast, all y'all, all together. And don't be divided. It's all math. And if people just listen and say, this nigga Phase is on to something. He on to something. All right? I can only be on to something while I'm here. That's it. After they pull that card and say, all right, time to come back. You know what I mean? And that's it. I can't, but I'm giving you everything I can. I say, yo, I'm going to be a celebrity. They're going to have to figure out what they're going to do about it. Come on. I'm going to be a celebrity. And I'm going to be maybe the first, other than Dr. Malachi York, the first or second celebrity that didn't have anything to do with their orders. We didn't want nothing to do with what they set up or set up. You know what I'm saying? No, we're going to bring this reality back or forward to divinity. That's the plan. So here go the thing that the enemy is looking out for. Okay? The more pure I become, okay, they know the light is going to shine more on others. When they realize I've reached a certain point and they see the yield of the crown, they already know my crown activated. I'm telling you the game. When they see the yield of the crown, that's when they're going to come. Boom. That's when they're going to come. I smell them.
Boom. Remember what happened during the 9 days of isolation, when the things were turning, the gears were turning, and the 19 was activated. Remember what I told you? I told you it's back in 2024, though, right? Well, we already in 2026, but remember what happened during the 9 days. I told you, once they start seeing the veil lift and Omari is no longer suppressing the spirit inside of him, that's when they're going to come, which is why you see me cloning myself before I go. You see that? And you'll see that as Pharaoh Clan Records. Notice I'm saying before I go, because it's not going to happen how they think it's going to happen. However, that don't mean the devil don't have chess pieces. So you see what's happening? You see how Nuwapu has spread, and it can only do that when it's real. If I was faking it, you wouldn't see a Sunday. If I was faking it, you wouldn't see a 1440 tie. If I was faking it, you couldn't see them together walking out. You see a man, you see a woman, and it ain't phase one, and they both pushing Nuwapu. If I was faking it, you wouldn't have an Asia. If I was faking it, you wouldn't see a Pharaoh Lena. If I was faking it, you wouldn't see an Eternally Nine or Tafari Ali or the Northside Baby or Divine Wind or Deshaun. You wouldn't see none of that. You see that? The reason why you're seeing it and all of that is because it's overdue. And it can only be done by those who are over. The overseers. The ones who stand on a higher plane. You see that? So they detect it. They know. It's the people. The people normally don't know who we are. They know. And I told you just then, I said, when you start seeing more of the transformation, seeing it, not hearing about it, more of the transformation with Omari, phase 1, Ohar, that's when they're going to say, okay, it's time to try to take that one down too. Why? Not because it's just me. They'd already knew who I was when I was coming into this round. But because of what happens when we spread and that Nuwapu latches on to other people's genes, you don't become me. Nuwapu turns you into more of who you are. It don't turn you when you really have Nuwapu. It don't. That's why I pay attention. I tell people, don't try to emulate me. Don't try to just act like me. That's not Nuwapu. That's you trying to infiltrate and put on. I know Nuwapu brings out more of who you are. I know that. And it brings out the best of you. So when you seeing people doing themselves, like being them, and nobody can stop that, that's the Nuwapu. When you see them shining and glowing in their authenticity, that's Nuwapu. And they're going to see that. And it's going to be up to us, the people, to be like, not this time. Or not. It's just, that's just the game. That's how it is. All of this is a game. If you don't know, now you know. Or at least you've been told.
Connects you to divinity. All right, hold fast. All y'all, all together. And don't be divided. It's all math. And if people just listen and say, this nigga Phase is on to something. Mm-hmm. He on to something. All right? I can only be on to something while I'm here. That's it. After they pull that card and say, all right, time to come back. You know what I mean? And that's it. I can't, but I'm going to give you everything I can. I say, yo, I'm going to be a celebrity. They're going to have to figure out what they're going to do about it.
Come on.
I'm going to be a celebrity. And I'm going to be maybe the first, other than Dr. Malachi York, the first or second celebrity that didn't have anything to do with their orders. We didn't want nothing to do with what they set up or set up. You know what I'm saying? No, we're going to bring this reality back or forward to divinity. That's the plan. So here go the thing that the enemy is looking out for. Okay? The more pure I become, okay, they know the light is going to shine more on others. When they realize I've reached a certain point and they see the yield of the crown, they already know my crown activated. I'm telling you the game. When they see the yield of the crown, that's when they're going to come. That's when they're going to come. I smell them. You know what I'm saying? And however these things play out, that's how they're going to play out. They come in many different ways. They'll send jinn incarnated into people in these communities or hitmen or whatever, however they do it. That's when they come. But let me tell you something. They will not be allowed to do anything that didn't allow. You know what I'm saying? So when that time comes, it was time. You have to remember all this, not just Phase, all the teachings. And you have to remember amongst yourselves what to do. You have to remember why you listen to me. Okay? As a matter of fact, the reason why a lot of the times they don't want to just shut a nigga down so damn early is because you make them a martyr. And people say, I witnessed that. You know, we saw what you did. And you make somebody a martyr too damn fast, it blows up. Mm-hmm. And it'll blow up in their face. You know what I mean? So they try to do what snakes do. They move around. And I hear them. They be around in the woods and shit. You know what I'm saying? I be out in public. I look across and I seen a guy had on like the khakis and the bubble coat, the glasses, the little wire thing. And he just standing next to a gray SUV. You know, a gray SUV. And I looked, I said, I actually was saying, I made a joke about it. I said, I smell these folks. I said, these niggas smell like khakis, metal, and bubble coats. And I looked across the fucking parking lot. And there was one of them. As soon as I looked at him, what'd he do? He was leaning on the SUV looking at me.
He got in the car.
He was across the parking lot, not right next to me. Across the parking lot, I got good vision too. As soon as I seen him, that way he leaned off and he got in his SUV. I didn't see him even pull off. And we were standing right on the left. This was about a month ago, I think about a month ago. I mean, but I said, I smelled him, but they had to investigate. They got to see. They said, could it be? Because they thought, that's it. You with me? So they think, could it possibly be? So they paying attention. I'm sure they got all kind of readings set up. You know what I mean? Things that they listening in for. But my point to you is, before that day, remember what this was about. It couldn't have been for nothing. You cannot die. You have to keep going. You know what I mean? That's why I hold myself to such a regard. This is a simple situation. On the fast, right before the fast, we had like noodles. Yeah, we were supposed to be having some food. I'm like, there ain't no way in the hell that shit gonna get here before the goddamn fast come in. I like shit. I told my brother, I said, yo, make some noodles. You know what I mean? So brother went in and made some noodles. He brought me the noodles. We had like 10 minutes. You know what I mean? So I'm fucking the noodles. I'm fucking the noodles up, right? And I called my brother to come get the plates. And he came. He still had some noodles in it. I said, did you finish? He said, no. He said, I thought y'all gonna keep going though. He said, I'm gonna keep going if y'all gonna keep going. I said, nah, hell, I laughed it. And then he went on, and I came back in, and I said, see, that's why I can't slack. Because I know how people do. If they looking up to you, and if you slack, they think they can. And I'm just doing everything I can to stress, that's not what this is. You know what I mean? If we say we're going to do a 7-day fast, and y'all catch me on here eating, I didn't know the live was on, you don't stop fasting. You know what I mean? And if you don't be like, I can't follow, I can't walk with this nigga, because he don't even do what he said, okay, that's me. But the science of fasting, I didn't create. You cannot allow for what happens to a leader to stop you from moving. You can't use us as an excuse as to why you can't keep this shit going. Same thing, I want to slap fire to every Nubian, okay, and every Sabian for it. Because since 2002, not only should we have had a whole nother Tamaray by now, we should have 1,000 Tamarays all over this bitch. Because Dr. York was one man, is one man. You understand? And he's been watching y'all for 22 years. You don't think that he's been watching you. He said they still under the spell. He was trying to break it down. He said, look, just move in love. He watched this whole shit. People can telling him stuff he already know. He been paying attention to this whole game. It's a game. And you mean to tell me for 22 years, the only thing we have to show for is the garb and the unk with the new line on it and shit? That's all we got to show? You mean to tell me all we got to show for it is people arguing over what chant they supposed to be doing? And somebody else building their ring and shit? You understand? No, this is not the game. That ain't how you play. That ain't how you win. So my thing is, we can't keep doing that. And you can't think it's over. Because it ain't over. I'm telling you, Pop coming home. I feel I'm laughing now. I done did dreams. I done went in and got him out. All kind of stuff. Gave him the paper he needed. All kind of dreams and visions I'm having. I'm laughing like I hear Pop laughing. He laughing his ass off. He laughed every time a nigga try to tell me to be quiet. Because he here. He hear this whole shit. You know what I mean? I was just talking to Uma about how people email him. I said, oh, he doing emails? Pop online, silly. What are you talking about? He is online. This man has been watching this whole shit. He watching his children play him. Like y'all don't think he gonna get out. He saw you almost. What he talking about? I didn't think he said certain things that he said in that letter. You go back and read the letter that you let me read. You know what I mean? He know what he's saying. Why do you think he mentioned Tupac? You know what I mean? Listen, every letter I've read from Dr. Malachi Zero, it's almost like he wrote that shit because he knew I was going to read it. Do you know what we're dealing with? You know what I'm talking about? He see this whole game. You feel me? You can't think it's over. It's not over. It's just that I'm telling y'all, you can't do that. Don't ever do that with anybody. Once you get tipped off to do a thing, it don't matter. This person can go over there and jump off a building. You know what I mean? You're not some follower that's going to do that just because they did that. Once you figure out, okay, this is the information. This resonates with me. Take it. Some things might not resonate. Leave it on the table. I didn't tell you to pick up the table. I just said, bring what you got. Come to the table. Hey, water ready. You know what I'm saying? That's what I said. The food ready, whatever. Come to the table. Get it. All right, you don't got to eat everything. I'm not that type of person. I'm not going to be like, hey, what you doing? You don't see that? You don't see them rings on there? You know what I mean? You don't see that? No, put that on your plate. Now, you got some people, parents, I get it. All right, but I'm not gonna, I don't care. You see the bread, the greens, whatever. Get it. All right, go on about your business. I brought everybody to the table. All right, everybody good?
Where you
Everybody
going
ate?
with my
All right,
time?
cool.
Put my shit back. Paparazzi popping out, no good side to catch this time. If you want me on that platter, get your ass in line. What you know about the captions of a mastermind? On my merry way, seeing infraction, they took half of mine. Bitches in the comments of my story, trying to antagonize. I apologize, I don't got real estate on Clubhouse. Pussy nigga talking to the hand, call that mush mouth. Make them feel some type of way, probably why they type away. Told them it was all in the plan, back in tight away. If I fake my death and let my fans say goodbye to me, then why the fuck is y'all mad? like my life ain't mine to lay down. How do they sound? A lot of ways. Crazy be the first one. No one made it out. They ain't want phase to be the first one. Showing they true color. Now they play cause he reversed them. No one made it out. They ain't want phase to be the ooh. Oh, and a couple of y'all rappers owe me features still. I fuck what you plate me, but I'll eat you still. Clicking up with nobody, my mouse bro. Paint an ugly picture of a nigga like Picasso. Try to run off with a nigga image like Picasso. 20 versus 1 won't be no date if you waiting on me to pothole. Guess I missed the call if you bitches calling shots though. Niggas be my spies looking for me, yeah I go. They look every direction for me except for out though. But I got eyes on the other side of the house though. Okay, 12 used to look so big when we were little kids. Now we know them niggas got wigs that could be split too. Going down for shit we ain't did, that be the issue. Shirt full of bitches clocking in cause they rent due. Blind nigga told on your ass, that's why they pinned you. Like damn nigga, don't you know this system is against you too? So they squeeze it to avoid Rice Street. No one sees you till the Lord smite thee. And you on a white tee. All these teenagers and boys pipe dreams ain't as real as it seems. By any means, just enjoy life please. Cause tomorrow it's a nigga seeing blue lights in the yard, screaming fuck 12. He done took enough L's, put it up to a temple, then he bust shell, dropping in slow motion, open fire, while they shooting at a dead body on the other side of the house doors. Preacher trying to tell us it's a guy looking out for us. All he do is stand up there and shout for us. That the type of shit that make me pout more. Married to the mission, should I file for divorce? Voice hoarse, cause I had to scream too loud to ignore it. And you ain't heard no shit as real as this, but you gon' flex, huh? Married to the game like who on next, huh? Boot on next, huh? You won't rest, huh? Damn right, he ain't gon' try no, you gon' do your best, huh? Damn right. I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. I gave you a refreshment. Wake me when it's over, when it's over. It's meant to refresh you. Hopping in the Rover to drive forward and not backwards, cause I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. Instead of try to tell you about yourself like you don't know yourself. Try to hide you till you disappear, then they like show yourself. Incoming wisdom teeth, that pain they multiply. They cross their heart and hope you die, and you don't know just why. Cause why'd you look me over with eyes cold and frozen? If sirens pull me over, I'm not going. They finna have to cut me down, either that or cardio. Mama, you know I'll find you though, no matter how far I go. Mama, you know you raised your son, you know the lie they tell. I'm aware, you know who I am, don't nobody else. Those who know don't gotta tell, just keep it silent, yeah, till the day they got yells. Make the most high reveal it, till that time I'm bodybuilder, till the day get out my way, till that night the clouds go gray. You can cover me in the rain, even if it's 9 a.m. in Georgia, and the sky is sober, and time is hanging over my shoulder. Hopping in the Rover to drive forward and not backwards, cause I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. Truth in plain sight, you been trained, right? Reading weak, just like playing card. We dread like Ansars, be in peace. Blacked out pants tuck, dressed like ninjas. Throwing stars, empty 10 cups. We beat these bands up, roast the bar. Back up, man, bustin', that's no stand up. Rolls apart, had my hands up and they still shot me. Wanted to be like Mike when I was 4, be like Blade when I was 5. Did like crazy, how I ride it out. I miss Hot Wheel cars. So much evil in this place, sometimes difficult to maintain. Look my wife in her eyes, said all right, it's gonna be everything. Not sure what this means, but you'll find the lightest cars on the heaviest trains. God give his greatest wars to the soldiers who never been trained. At times things don't make sense, we nod our heads and grin. Blowing like the wind, how you trade me in and you was just a friend. Maybe this all just the power of a veteran's pen. I'm in the military, if this will vary, if God says, amen.
Nights got dark, but I never did fall. Build my name from the dirt and the love. Lost some friends when the pressure got did that mean?
I don't know who hurt you, but I've been hurt more. Fell on my sword a couple times, ain't get a chunk for it. I know why the cage bird sing without a verse or chorus. He got hooked up in some shit, now ain't no perch for him. Birdie on the run, but not from justice, he can't dodge that. I know that the cage bird to learn not to fly in packs. Birds of a feather will lie together. When them pipes crack from pressure bars that I had to sever, never to tie back together. Like who hurt you? Was it in your childhood? Did someone take your virtue? Did someone take your voices so you scream at me in cursive? Did somebody judge you for something that's a part of you? Did it tear your heart into? The you that's in this moment ain't even the you I'm talking to. Claiming you elect how you don't understand what charges do to a man who ain't judging for the person that you are or who you was before you walked into this world. But see, it's all in due time. I'll be fine. Keep it going.
Carry stories that I never told. Loyalty cost me more than I knew. Still stand tall, always stay true.
Beyond it all, hope in your heart that you find the motivation to speak the truth and not falsehood and lies. But if not and they come for me, then watch me walk through fine still. The couple pass me by as if it's all in divine will. The green light that you seen that night will walk with me until my clock no longer ticks, I can runs out of me. Done deal. Unreal how these folks will just flip out on you, hard feel. Many supposed to suffer over something that some feel. Phone filled with messages of love and support. Until somebody don't get their way, now they want you in court. Know how the hell the people thinking I'm someone to extort or be the scapegoat for the folks who was your trauma enforcers. To my youngest who coming up, please be mindful of your choices. Know that the most of these people selfish, incumbent you notice. Know that the soul is not their primary focus. Know that these folks who always smile and be bogus and only trying to get close to you. When you're doing something right, it's still attracted to demons. And when that evil get to speaking, don't succumb to them voices. And don't be thinking you got friends, see a wise one with notice. Be cautious, cause when it's under your nose, it's harder to notice. Now in my case, it's no surprise. I see the highs and the lows as a part of my story. So why would I be surprised when I wrote it? Won't be no take backs when I say that Jesus Christ is my roadie. So to all of my foes, I need you to survive and stay focused.
Trouble still exists at the end of the bottle. Little brother slit his wrist, he done went in a spiral. He spiral. Oh, I'll liquor tomorrow. In a minute, it be just another nigga we cry for. Rest, nigga, rest, come here. Rest, nigga, rest, come here for you. Rest, nigga, rest, come here. Rest, nigga, rest, come here for you. Live life in the shadows, so it's important that I anoint you. I meet you right there at the crossroads, and I promise that you won't be lonely. Rest, nigga, rest, come here. Rest, nigga, rest, I'm here for you. Rest, nigga, rest, come here. Rest, nigga, rest, I'm here for you. It's important. You tapped out, I felt it on your body, you had demons. The autopsy won't show that that's invisible, they can't see it. So I pray over you, but not how to pastor pray, cause that's not praying. All that playing, speaking in tongue, but can't even translate what they saying. When they got my body ready to approach you, I just ran left, took a bath with some herbs in it. Earth, wind, and fire, and it bitch, I still hurt when the news came. We just went to sleep, but you still gone. You gon' need an all-white suit. I just put Frank and Murph on your temples, little one too. My boy, cross your arms over your chest, that's I salute. My boy, buried you with one of my dreads, you gon' get through my boy. You, my boy, I'll see you in the heavens alive. I pray your heart weigh much less than a feather this time. I pray the darkness cuts away and let the weather be fine. These are scary times, I can't believe I'm burying mine, but it's very divine. Save a couple berries and wine until I get up there, just prepare me a chariot. I'm serious, I carry this cross from here to serious, from there to rich, standing next to this pyramid, reminiscing every cherished instant. Life was complicated, we could agree. We couldn't drink to drown it, couldn't heal it with no weed. So I see you on your way with a feeling of relief. Rest, nigga, rest, you're here. Trouble still exists at the end of the bottle. Little brother slit his wrist, he done went in a spiral. He spiral. Oh, I'll liquor tomorrow. In a minute, it be just another nigga we cry for. Rest, nigga, rest, come here. Rest, nigga, rest, I'm here for you. Rest, nigga, rest, come here. Rest, nigga, rest, I'm here for you. Live life in the shadows, so it's in order that I anoint you. I meet you right there at the crossroads, and I promise that you won't be lonely. Rest, nigga, rest, come here. Rest, nigga, rest, I'm here for you. Rest, nigga, rest, come here. Rest, nigga, rest, I'm here for you.
That's crazy. On everything I'm seeing here, man, I don't even know who I'm talking to. I guess it don't even matter. On everything I'm seeing here, and I just smell blood. Like, I just smelled blood. Like, unmistakable. But it was only for, like, 5 seconds. That's crazy. I'm looking around like, what could have just smelled like that? I just smelled blood. That's crazy. I already know who that is.
About mine. I've been turning, tossing, twisting in the nighttime. Seeing visions of us switching in my mind's eye. Would you change with me? You change my mind. Would you change your mind? Change with me. My change and you change. My mind might change your mind. Would you change it? My mind, it might change your mind. If you could change minds with me, would you? Take you on a journey. Take you on a huge journey. Won't nobody take you from me. Angel light incarnate around them. Is it Nuwapu or Wusubatu? Does it matter? Surrounded by monsters in the closet. Hit the screen workers trying to lurk without setting alarms off. I don't know if you feel what I'm saying. Is it dangerous to be who I am? Irregardless, I walk with the lamb and follow my heart. I won't fall till I stand. Feet in the sand, please understand that they watch over me. Even though they slander my name, never let them poison the purity, keep me in frame. Watch over me. My eyes on your true soldier. Watch over me. I know you're here with me lyrically and seriously. I need you to watch over me. Hold on to the fabric of the master who gave us a channel. We never leave it to the eyes though. Remember I told you we don't gamble. When was a profit, so respect it. In his hometown, please remind me. I don't know if you hear what I'm saying. Is it only to be who I am? But can you show me the key to the shams? If that's a no, better be with the lamb. They've already spoken to me, that is family. And they watch over me. Even though they slander my name, never let them poison the purity, keep me in frame. They watch over me. They watch eyes on your true soldier. They watch over me. I know you're here with me lyrically and seriously. I need you to watch over me. They watch over me. Even though they slander my name, never let them poison the purity, keep me in frame. They watch over me. I know you're watching on your true soul. Please watch over me. Watch over me. I know you're here with me lyrically and seriously. I need you to watch over me. Watch, please watch over. I wanted to be there for Chuck E. Cheese, but your uncle a target. You don't owe me $1, you know you the reason your brother went harder. You ain't even believe my music, that hurt, but you still my father. See, I ain't even into apologizing, but I'm sorry I was such a bother to y'all. Way too much to ask you, pray for a nigga. Stuff on my name is worse than the trigger. Sorry I was such a bother to y'all. I was thinking you'd be proud of me, y'all. Hope you accept my apology, y'all. Sorry I was such a bother. I wanted to be there for Chuck E. Cheese, but your uncle a target. You don't owe me $1, you know you the reason your brother went harder. You ain't even believe my music, that hurt, but you still my father. See, I ain't even into apologizing, but I'm sorry I was such a bother to y'all. I was all in the way, put myself on the stake, I was blocking karma for y'all. Way before 1440 time went viral, they was already writing me off. 1440 time, I'm sorry, I never meant for you to get caught in it all. The love for me here was already lost, so I'm sorry my dog, cause it's all my fault. Standing on all I was taught, but this shit wasn't worth it, cause I put my family in danger. I put my heart on the cross, so people say they walk with me, turn around and slander me later. I'm sorry for standing Decatur, I'm sorry for moving right back to Atlanta to be the case and have a chance to be greater. Sorry for answering haters, I should've stuck with the ones who supported me, never acknowledging nobody else. Knowing that I couldn't have blown by myself with nobody else. Sorry if you ever sent me some funds and you ain't get none in return. I know people ain't got money to burn, but I didn't want no handout, I wanted to earn it, I was still learning. I wanted to be there for Chuck E. Cheese, but your uncle a target. You don't owe me $1, you know you the reason your brother went harder. You ain't even believe my music, that hurt, but you still my father. See, I ain't even into apologizing, but I'm sorry I was such a bother to y'all. Way too much to ask you, pray for a nigga. Stuff on my name is worse than the trigger. Sorry I was such a bother to y'all. I was thinking you'd be proud of me, y'all. Hope you accept my apology, y'all. Sorry I was such a bother. I wanted to be there for Chuck E. Cheese, but your uncle a target. You don't owe me $1, you know you the reason your brother went harder. You ain't even believe my music, that hurt, but you still my father. See, I ain't even into apologizing, but I'm sorry I was such a bother to y'all. Sorry I was such a bother to y'all. Sorry I was such a... I just gotta apologize to my wife. I know that you riding alone. I don't have no regrets, I just haven't been feeling my best, and I'm trying to be strong. I know your family don't think you should be with this troubled person. They don't see what you see. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for believing in me. And to my mama, I'm sorry. I probably should have been a doctor. Or probably should have been a lawyer, but early on I could have helped the doctor. And I'm sorry to Malachi if I ever didn't represent the way proper. And to everybody else who's been talking on me, I'm sorry I was such a bother to y'all. But don't worry, I'm gonna get out y'all way. I already proved this shit could work. Y'all got it.
Don't sing me a lullaby. That ain't what I want tonight. I'll be on my own tonight. I'm gone. Don't come here, no one's home. Don't come in, I'm suffering inside. Don't come in when I'm speaking to God. Don't see me a lullaby. Sometimes I feel like it's not worth it, but I just stuck it up. Sometimes I get to count that shit, but it just don't feel right. My niggas still out in the streets. I'm just like, why do right now I got a big to help him? Don't say he thinking about killing himself. Got a hammer tucked in, bro, utility belt. But what is gonna fix? Nigga hit licks to get a taste. Yeah. Nigga went slide, came home with a diamond. This shit ain't safe, boy. But sometimes I feel like one working, but you butt shit out. Tell that hush your mouth, don't bug me now. At times I feel like I'm in the middle of something that I am trying to get rid of, but I cannot stay down. I gotta get up. I gotta get out. Don't sing me a lullaby. That ain't what I want tonight. I'll be on my own tonight. I'm gone. Don't come in, no one's home. Don't come in, I'm suffering inside. Don't come in when I'm speaking to God. Don't see me a lullaby. Name. Remember my mama, the reason I did it, I put my estate in her name. Grandmama, house, backyard, playing on a swing. My grandmama told me she see me next weekend. I never seen her again. So when you be spelling my name, Omar, remember to spell it with pain. I wasn't like y'all, sitting in the room with the lights off, meditate. So when you be saying he lame, remember he stayed in his lane. Remember Omar, name. Hey, I may not be doing this shit for the dope, but that's my decision. To complete the mission, I give everything, but I ain't giving it. I ain't in the league chopping up the Bible, they told me read it again. I'm too major, why would I join them then? I'll beat them, I win. Enmity between me and them kids. All the hate that I took on the chin. I done made it, I shook up the land. Saw them gazing, I shook their hand. Walked away, but they look in my hand. By the way that I boogie, I dance. Y'all can say that I'm cooking, I am. Hell kitchen, but you look how it panned out. The one they looked over, but it wasn't no question about you were chosen. Glory be to God, he the one that cracked it open for me. No enemy, your weapon form will ever prosper against me. Be careful when you open up your mouth to say my name. Remember my mama, the reason I did it, I put my estate in her name. Grandmama, house, backyard, playing on a swing. My grandmama told me she see me next weekend. I never seen her again. So when you be spelling my name, Omar, remember to spell it with pain. I wasn't like y'all, sitting in the room with the lights off, meditate. So when you be saying he lame, remember he stayed in his lane. Remember Omar, name. I miss you tonight. I miss you, surely miss you tonight. By and by, I scream I am white, 'cause you are not here with me by my side. I miss you tonight. Can a man be let alone to cry and feel it in his soul? Can a man reach for and touch the sky and try to pull it close? Cover me
draft for the future, selling cars. We just graduated, gotta get mama a new apartment. Focus on the music shit, but the money taking their time. Kinda hard to convince the family that this shit gon' fall in line. Legitimate business get frowned upon. I had to find a way. Sorry I abandoned you. Sorry I ain't take you on them dates, but I had planned to. I only took you to the studio, but I ignored your cries. You rapped alone, but I could tell by your voice you was tired. I put you lastly, but everybody else I gave them everything they asked me. Cheated on you back to back with folks who never loved me. They knocked me on my kneecap, but you was there to catch me and hug me. Trust me, I know I did wrong. I owe you this song. I hope you've been well. Wherever you went to, I miss you. And I know you can't return. Gotta hold my head up to the firmament and pace my sense. I can't have you near me. If God can hear me, I cry sincerely. He assigned you to me. I miss you. I miss when we used to play with toys. You know what I'm saying? Playing in the dirt. It was just you and I. You know, sometimes I just buy some color pencils just to remind me of them times. You know what I'm saying? Construction paper. Draw the sun, rest of the planet. I want you to know though, I did a lot of the things we said we were gonna do. And it ain't over. Wish you could have been with me. I miss your voice, but when I listen, you know, I can still hear it. Deep down, if I had it my way, you and I would still be kicking shit in the driveway. Sparking up a road draft for the future, selling cars. We just graduated, gotta get mama a new apartment. Focus on the music shit, but the money taking their time. Kinda hard to convince the family that this shit gon' fall in line. Legitimate business get frowned upon. I had to find a way. Sorry I abandoned you. Sorry I ain't take you on the base, but I had planned to. Just hear me out, cause I know that you're feeling this way, and that's well, okay. You may not be in the mind to listen to what I'ma say, but hear me out, cause I know that you're wishing he'd stay in this place, but no way, no way. Just hear me out, I'm in control of my shit, nobody know what this is, I am not sad little bitch, having my way with this shit, almost some heavenly shit. I did it big, they won't never forget me. I was too quick, I wouldn't let them get me. Bitch, told you this shit would be different. Switching dimension, looking for me, you should look for a picture. I'm moving off on the world, I ain't of it. Never was of it, but that ain't the subject. Not from beneath, I'm from way up above it. Hate it or like it or dislike or love it. I was just a realist in private and public. Never took this shit from nobody they gave. I don't need your prayer to God or related. Got the rock, I'm juking and jiving and shaking. They are gonna be asking where the fuck is facing. You can either wait on the side or get active. Just hear me out. Let's see what they do in my absence, since I was the issue. Now, did you count on me dipping out? Just hear me out, cause I know that you're feeling this way, and that's well, okay. You may not be in the mind to listen to what I'ma say, but hear me out, cause I know that you're wishing he'd stay in this place, but no way. Just hear me out, cause I know that you're feeling this way, and that's well, okay. You may not be in the mind to listen to what I'ma say, but hear me out, cause I know that you're wishing he'd stay in this place, but no way, just hear me out. Alright, I'm sure you heard the news by now. Life was my game, I played magic happening. My nigga, I'm going somewhere. Hope you're not confused by how life was my lane. I laid the pathway back to being lightning, and I know you miss me. Ring the bell, now that I know how Jesus fell. Figured I'd take my leave as well. Goodbye, WORL. I don't owe nobody no details. Evolution won't be televised. You and I get no notice, ain't no email. This shit organized like Ocean 12. Ocean 12. Investigation just open, cause we had a mole in a hole like COINTEL. The mole was just a rodent doing their job and hoping I fail. Guess these folks didn't know me well. I'm alright, and I'ma be for a long time, alright. Long as my chrome's still on my right. I better tell them I ain't going out like that. I don't even shoot quick blanks in the war, bitch. I prefer that the shit be drawn out white, black. Sketchy how everybody wanted to be next to me, so they couldn't get the best of me. And now they pressing these charges like bitch. I ain't letting these low life motherfuckers ever get a chance to lay hands on my destiny. Now best believe you ain't making no stress on me. I can leave how I wanna leave. Overseas, underseas, crossroad, tumbleweed. Oh shit, hold on, I think that's where the chorus came in, didn't it? I don't give a fuck. Let it ride. Bring it in now. Alright, I'm sure you heard the news by now. Life was my game. I played
happening. My nigga, I'm going somewhere. Hope you're not confused by how life was my lane. I laid the pathway back to being lightning, and I know you miss me. Ring the bell, now that I know how Jesus fell. Figured I'd take my leave as well. Goodbye, WORL. I don't owe nobody no details. Evolution won't be televised. You and I get no notice in your email. This shit organized like Ocean 12. Ocean 12. You can't stop. Uno wapo. Boas no wapo. Stop. You can't stop. Uno wapo. Boas no wapo. Stop. You can't stop. Uno wapo. Boas no wapo. Stop. You can't stop. Uno wapo. Boas no wapo. Stop. Think I've been prayed like 10K. God don't twist up my face from the weight that's on my shoulder. But deep down I miss them times when I walk down Keller Road, pushing my brother in their stroller. You fix your mouth to say gang, Jigga, you know my government name, but will you be there when I call you? It like too shiny, I can't hide. I close my mouth, I speak inside, cause ain't nobody else to talk to. Can't rely on dreams, ain't no drowning on this earth. Yeah, way too big a wingspan, you can't be alone. Yeah, shawty bought some food through, lady, now that broccoli. Excuse me, lady, what's this? It don't bring me sustenance. She steady huffing and puffing, she loves me now. Holding on to them lips, but can't lie, she loves me. Show goes on in this bitch, but can't lie, she loves me now. Knowingly enjoyment I receive when they finally hit the door and leave me alone. There are times when I wanna be one with the breeze. If that's so wrong, is that so wrong? You can't compass me, I don't begin with 1, 2, 3. What's the reason? Let me know. Tell me why you scream for to take my boy. Can you tell me why you want me gone? What your song says for us all be strong, because you think I've been prayed like 10K. God don't twist up my face from the weight that's on my shoulder. But deep down I miss them times when I walk down Keller Road, pushing my brother in that stroller. You fix your mouth to say yeah, you know my government name, but will you be there when I call you? It like too shiny, I can't hide. I close my mouth, I speak inside, cause ain't nobody else to talk to. Ain't nobody else to talk to. Ain't nobody else to talk to. Yeah, if I say love, it ain't no accident. If you my daughter, help me catch this shit. Let go of them action when we ain't had sex, and we been having since. You did. And we so head bustin' with no Tylenol. Heavenly Spirit, know we got a ball. Let go of them time we made bodies fall, and let them shotties up. You did. I don't kick it, I turn my water in my business. It's a W up, I'm in this bitch, I'm talking about in there. If you swing my way, we go together strong, pop, I spin it. I'ma pop my shit, can you please remind me that time I did it, yeah. Flow with my pole, I can't go nowhere without it. Show me a vibe and bend it over the balcony. I'm dumping musical notes on this skull. You don't know no one as high as me. I went down, they wouldn't embrace me. So I went up just like fireworks. They play like they been with this shit. They jump ship, could've been right there to witness it. I'm on my fitness shit, gon' work out for me, you'll see. Yeah, if I say love, it ain't no accident. If you my daughter, help me catch this shit. Let go of them action when we ain't had sex, and we been having since. You did. And we so head bustin' with no Tylenol. Heavenly Spirit, know we got a ball. Let go of them time we made bodies fall, and let them shotties up. You did. You could've been on top too, but you the win. And you claim I had your heart, but you wouldn't need. Look at my feet, I tried to walk with you, do speed and you trip. Hey, gotta walk around with a stick, ain't no twig on my hip, ain't no pressure on the chip. Frito, Dorito, Cheeto. I went a little extra on the dip, they ain't see me like the illusionist, but I see it clearly, keep me out your confusion, miss. We ain't doing this too legit, and excuse me, man. If I say love, it ain't no accident. If you my daughter, help me catch this shit. Let go of them action when we ain't had sex, and we been having since. You did. And we so head bustin' with no Tylenol. Heavenly Spirit, know we got a ball. Let go of them time we made bodies fall, and let them shotties up. You did.
Since I was young, I wanted to feature with Kevin. I finally got a chance to reach out to Kevin. 100,000 for a feature with Kevin. So I cannot afford a feature with Kevin. But really, if I had 100,000, tell me why would I need me a feature with Kevin when I'm reaching millions with literally nothing? So will there ever be a feature with Kevin? That's up to Kevin. I ain't thinking to guess, and I don't even need it. Norwegian respect him. I seen him in person, a private restaurant, and people were present. I need to express it. It wasn't his people that greeted me. Ted Lee just stood up with him, receiver rejected. He signals alarm, and I told him his honor. My mouth never open. We speak with telepathy. Roll with the prison, we call him the Reaper. All he used to play through the speaker with Kevin. Side Reaper with no lethal weapon. You didn't want to meet me and Reaper together. I speak on the street cause I beat it. No implicating me cause I never speak on it ever. It wasn't my mission to become the devil. I traveled through hell, but like why is the fuck this nigga stretching about when my speaker was stepping? I did what I did. I ain't leaving the evidence. There's a difference between eating even and selling and chose a higher plane. I had a meeting with the spiritual brethren. Told me the wool was over all the eyes of the people. So got all the sheep, you the shepherd. And don't ever get it inside of your mental that anybody that's against you could ever win. Thinking they bitch stepping to my big brother Mikael and them whip out the weapons. And some more than be it. If I want to beef, I got plenty demons on the leash. They gon' edit and dead it and shred it, beheaded. And I ain't fed them in a bit. Yeah, everybody popping shit. Why the fuck is a problem when I'm popping shit? Last time they murdered everybody under 2 years old about this. Had to run off the Egypt, Jedi high. Think I'm worried about a hit. Bitch, nigga, we used to that shit. Wanna get my attention. We go to war, we don't care about no rules to that shit. I stand on business like I stood on Calvary, nigga. I fooled you, you missed. I wish I would nail to these niggas. All these tools in that bitch. Finally got a chance to reach out to Kevin. 100,000 for a feature with Kevin. So I cannot afford a feature with Kevin. But really, if I had 100,000, tell me why would I need me a feature with Kevin when I'm reaching millions with literally nothing? So will there ever be a feature with Kevin? That's up to Kevin. I ain't thinking to guess, and I don't even need it. Norwegian respect him. I seen him in person, a private restaurant, and people were present. I need to express it. It wasn't his people that greeted me. Ted Lee just stood up with him, receiver rejected. He signals alarm, and I told him his honor. My mouth never open. We speak with telepathy. Signals alarm, and I told him his honor. My mouth never open. We speak with telepathy. Look at me, my mouth hot out of brush with it. Make sure y'all watch out my interview. They be talking about me cause I wasn't balling, but how about y'all hop out my genitals? I be all on the still a part of the lodge, I don't gotta respond with no ticket. I pop with the members do. In the car when I travel, I'm all in the passenger. Talk to the driver, I'm busy too. While your partner be flaw, you blow try, they gon' hawk on your mama, they not gonna visit you. For the evil, I'm healing my dogs and pussy. You know I'm a doctor, but little who? Fuck a deal, I'm authentically in it, I'm patient and real. I ain't doctoring shit for you. I'm revealing like top of the morning. Come over that hill and get hot before we hit the moon. I was cautious, I took me a old gave it back. It ain't shit that I'm not finna get into. If we want to, we flip it, go big monster on the beach, make the loudness look minuscule. If I ain't know damn well, fuck worry about can they fans tell? So you scared of the truth and you can't tell them I exist, but see I only in jail. I don't rap, I activate your stem cells. Every lyric is spiritual intel. I am not a human, I just blend well. I was there when they blitzed and the gems fell. I know devils who darker than sin fails. I know angels forgotten their skin fell. I'm the only one left who can trench hands. Who allow me, you know I was sent well. You didn't know, but I'm sure that you meant well. Free the real Dr. Melakazi York, and don't forget. Since I was young, I want a feature with Kevin. I finally got a chance to reach out to Kevin. 100,000 for a feature with Kevin. So I cannot afford a feature with Kevin. But really, if I had 100,000, tell me why would I need me a feature with Kevin when I'm reaching millions with literally nothing? So will there ever be a feature with Kevin? That's up to Kevin. I ain't thinking to guess, and I don't even need it. Norwegian respect him. I seen him in person, a private restaurant, and people were present. I need to express it. It wasn't his people that greeted me. Ted Lee just stood up with him, receiver rejected. He signals alarm, and I told him his honor. My mouth never open. We speak with telepathy. We speak with telepathy. We speak with telepathy. We speak with telepathy.
Assalamu alaikum. Hey, I wanted to tell you something. My whole life, especially being in the industry, I never understood like why people didn't fuck with me, and it's like certain people I would help, and once they get in the air, they just wouldn't fuck with me, and I thought it was something I was doing wrong, and I was kind of chasing it for a minute. But to make a long story short, I was around some, like, I'm gonna say some like kind of higher ups, like some real important people, and I was in the room. This was like maybe around Thanksgiving time. And one of them said, I never been starstruck in my life. I done been around everybody. And before he left out the room, he said, your frequency is so high that it makes me uncomfortable. Please take care of yourself. So it wasn't that they didn't fuck with me. They couldn't, because authenticity is the highest frequency. And I just wanted to share that with you because it was like I see a lot of myself in a lot of the stuff that you talk about, and I just wanted to share that with you so that you be encouraged and never think that it's you or you the problem. It's just the frequency that we vibrate. I love you.
I ain't too concerned about no pressure, no so I keep extra. And that just will come with it, so come with it. Hey, pressure. I ain't too concerned about no pressure, I keep extra. Think they feeling bad, go killer. Really that, no killer. Ain't no biz, act like a professor, can't electric. We gon' see who ride with ain't no ties on they vet, lights, camera, slide, one-way trip, we live on they set. They look this surprised, home they tech, we fired on they pet. Did you what happen when God get on set? Y'all niggas dead, yeah. We send it ghost to hit they show, this shit is a go. Hit it through the roof, you talk to the fan, that shit ain't gonna do to me. I was at home, you ain't got no proof. Said what I said when I hopped in the booth, I put it on wax, seal the deal. Shit is ironic, ever since I said it, what happened, they getting killed for real. Back to back, like they taking pills and lean. Wonder if you notice, the niggas is dying for some of that same shit that they promoted. Ooh, damn nigga really folded. Ooh, damn industry you goaded. Ooh, go killer, yeah I showed it. Ooh, stand down and get floated. Know it. Woo, hey this that woo, hey this that woo. Hey, be quiet, nigga. You don't know what you talking about. Keep walking, nigga. You don't know about that shit. You don't know about that woo. Hey, pressure. I ain't too concerned about no pressure. I keep extra. Think they really bad. Go killer. Really that. No killer. Ain't no biz, act like a professor. Can't electric. We gon' see who ride with ain't no ties on they vet. Lights, camera, slide, one-way trip, we live on they set. They look this surprised, home they tech, we fired on they pet. Did you what have no set? Y'all niggas dead, yeah. Tell the pussy boy to keep they mouth closed about shit that they don't know about. Whole Atlanta watching me get niggas gone and they don't know how. Boy, the Mr. I train for the whole city when I roll out. Get that ass over in the screen of back and blow out. Oh, you can't get your bitch back. Ho, go get your game up. Watch the hoe get tied up and hang them and bang them. You can't get your bitch back. Ho, go get your game up. Why the hoe get tied up and hang them and bang them and drain them. Bitch, I'm supposed to be driving, but I got a police behind me and Nico rolling with Cyrus. Keeping the pole of my body and creep up before they can stop me and squeeze. Like Italian 300. National rapper to be honest, I'm on it back with a bat. They get spread like a bee on it, bet I'm in back, I'm in be on it. Whoa, no. Bitch, go pick up your industry. Go pick up your industry. Go pick up your industry. Oh, stop. You ain't doing that. I got energy. Ain't my clothes about shit that they don't know about. Whole Atlanta watching me get niggas gone and they don't know how. Boy, the Mr. I train for the whole city when I roll out. Get that ass over in the screen of back and blow out. Oh, you can't get your bitch back. Ho, go get your game up. Watch the hoe get tied up and hang them and bang them. You can't get your bitch back. Ho, go get your game up. Why the hoe get tied up and hang them and bang them and drain them. Get up with this woke shit. Bitch, I got your folks hit. Then I hit they whole clip. One nigga got it whole city like, oh shit, I wish a nigga would say my name, get it throat slick. How about the Fed did a sweep? Heard a nigga talking shit, but they ain't saying shit to me. Whole spread, let it ass down the bed with the shit. Oh bitch, I'm living by that code. Kill 'em dead with the heat. Heard what I said, ho. I got niggas scared in the streets. Sitting spirits, said they roofed up on their head with these fears. Got they murder. All the curses in they verses. So I hit the studio, lit up the work and then reverse it. Don't get scared now. Oh, you thought it was, she was a trend. Bitch, ain't no loving like come time to go to war. We at your tail, come outside, ho. Pentagram, spin it for your dinner while you die, ho. Lay his head down, tuck him in, close your eyes, ho. Killings in my city cause of y'all niggas. All y'all niggas ever did was murder, shoot, and rob, nigga. City really hurt behind this shit when niggas start living. I don't feel no sorrow for these bitches. I say God did it, but won't he do it?
Yes, he will.
Fed did a sweep. Heard a nigga talking shit, but they ain't saying shit to me. Whole spread, let their ass down the bed with the shit. Oh, bitch, I'm living by that code. Kill 'em dead with the heat. Heard what I said, ho. I got niggas scared in the streets. Sitting spirits, said they roofed up on their head with these fears. Got they murder. All the curses in they verses. So I hit the studio, lit up the work and then reverse it. Don't get scared now. Only nigga I say free is shit. Everybody else don't give a fuck. Won't even need them down. I told them folks ain't no more peace. I sent my legion stumping. They did a news. I catch a spell on all you bitch niggas and he included. Call the police, they can't do shit like you see me do. Now they in trouble, beat the order that I'm speaking to. It's important. I see if you in tune enough to crack the code. She did a word of God and snatching all these rappers' souls. Listen to these tracks, the spell I put on wax. All ghosts gotta die, that's a fact. Nigga thought I'll play on them bitch ass niggas. How about the fed get a sweet? Heard them niggas talking shit, but they ain't said shit to me. Whole spread, lay their asses down the bed with the shit. Oh bitch, I'm living by that code. Kill them dead with the heat. Heard what I said, ho. I got niggas scared in these streets. Sitting spirits, said they roost up on their head with these shit. That's like murder, murder, murder. All the curses in their verses. So I hit the studio, lit up, don't work and get reversed. So don't get scared now. Let's really go hard. You are under arrest. You had the right to shut the fuck up. Don't say nothing to me, 'cause I already told y'all niggas. Anything you say can and will be held against you in the court of divine law. And you also had the right to a console because you think this shit a fucking game. Facts. You got the right to remain silent. My hood just too tired of your violence. We finna take control of your project source. Take they ass to court. Bitch, you get hit with like 5 licenses for every point on the pentagram that they ride with. We finna take control of our climate source. Take they ass to court. Lock them up, shut them down. Put them in the cage or the fucking ground. Sentence all they labeled to 100 years. And every single radio station is fun of spears. To the masses, I'm on their asses. I got it magically, orderly fashion. Got them all gon' hit them with the book, no remorse. Source, take their ass to court. Stop, drop, shut them down, open up glitches. I'm putting cases on all you bitches. You think you can do this to me? Jay, stop, drop, shut them down, open up glitches. I'm putting cases on all you bitches. I declare war on warlocks and witches. You got the right to remain silent. My hood just too tired of your violence. We finna take control of your project source. Take they ass to court. Bitch, you get hit with like 5 licenses for every point on the pentagram that they ride with. We finna take control of our climate source. Take they ass to court. You think you can do this to me? You think you can do this to me? You think you can do this to me? Take they ass to court. For the rappers who come up on the bat for me, they a dying breed, kill them all off, and them all out of one as I called out big to be cried and pleaded. But you play like I didn't see it. Then one by one they dropped the lead. I can never reach my people as long as we got evil in control. Talking to the G's, I need you to activate, 'cause these streets are switching cold. Y'all niggas with a tool, 'cause nobody did it fix the shit that we did to feed the kids. We broke, figured it's up to me to kick and dough. Don't cry when they bleed, they so more. Everything I do is for a reason, including when I went after the music industry and told them the frequencies and vibrations that they putting out into our communities is making it be that this is the normal way of life that we have. Murder, drugs, continuing to destroy ourselves. We'll no longer have it. We can't move forward, so we shut that down and make it anew. So no more mercy, goodbye. We don't need you. I want you to know. I won't let you go. Came a long way, we can't go back. I wanna start this motherfucker sideways with nobody else. That's you and me out in that driveway, Mr. and Mrs. Mystery kisses at night with a hug in the rising. Yeah, you can have all my power, they got nothing to hide. Alright, I'ma give you your flower while we still alive. Yeah, they try to break us out here, but we still survive. Won't be on my body, but they can't fall with you. They can't, it's impossible. No, they be on your body, but ain't no substitute. And I won't tell her so. No one has to know. If you want to be totally discreet, say totally, just say totally. Hold me closely, sometimes this shit get cold for me. We gon' weather the storm, sometimes we don't know the breeze. Sunny days, everybody love them, but let me know, please. Yeah, you stand in the rain. I want you to know. No, I won't let you go. Came a long way, we can't go backward. I wanna start this motherfucker sideways with nobody else. That's you and me out in that driveway, Mr. and Mrs.
To all the chosen ones, tell what for all you do. Tell what. This is your sign, this is your signal. Look for the responses, can you see it? Emerald green all in the sky, don't let it fade away, don't let it pass you by. Peace, tranquility, serenity, keep it stored in your memory. You won't be worried about disasters in the world. See, that's not a careful day for me. No fear come over our bodies, forces of nature moving. We know the signs, the jewels are present. We receive them, keep it in a tight rope. We stay alive, not everyone going through changes. That means some people left behind. And everyone got their call, it ain't your fault. They chose to be blind, out here the blind leading the blind. It's their world, leave that shit behind. It's on you to decide, will you make that climb up the mountain? It's time for frequency judgment. Can you stand the sun? It won't be friendly if you're not true. Unpleasant. Go through the sun, come out purified. Go through your fast, be electrified. Supreme being, you are certified. Now all together we are unified. Be persistent, build resilience, actually transform. Find a place where you are loved. The haters, they will scorn. We are elect. The fuck we look like, fighting with the likes of you. We have been made anew suit to make some room. Wisdom, let wisdom come through. He's getting out soon. How will you handle the truth? Alright, your people are fighting for you, Malachi. And won't get no rest till we see it through. Yes. How could we leave you behind when you showed us truth? Like, say peace in the land is truly wonderful. Come on. It's getting out. The fuck is they talking about? Say Malachi is getting out. The fuck is they talking about? Say Malachi is getting out. The fuck is they talking about? Say Malachi is getting out. Cause we have the pin now. We have the pin now. Yeah. Real soon. Yeah, cause when the master teacher come on. Yeah, the master teacher. Yeah, Pops. Ooh, who that? Ooh, they so clean. It's given super clean, immaculate, very classy, very mindful, very demure. Clock it. Everybody pump your brakes when we come through. Stop it. It's a little cocky, yeah. More like confident, yeah. Rather profiting, yes. Oh yes. Pull up deep. It's a fleet. Pop out clean, all white gowns, fresh as fuck. Look at our crowns, glowing, yeah. We just some young beings who really came to pop our shit. And we don't miss some heavy hitters, some go killers. Some receipt of mission come together, pin pushing, sky cracking, make it happen. People that you call for. Don't get quiet now. Come on with it. Come on with it. Don't push it too fast, or that's your ass. And we'll hand it to you. Tell my brothers on go, waistline full, and they don't play. Stern face, and the sisters too. Don't be fooled, keep it cool. Here go our rule. Carry tools in your purse. Keep your shoulder strapped. And when them devils come, you cast a bag, on my auto way back. That time is up, and it's our time now. Who that? We them heavy hitters, go killers. Receipt of mission, come together. Pin pushing, sky cracking, make it happen. Yeah, help us that you call for. Listen. This is not about drugs. Ill, we don't do drugs. Come on with it, pause, hold the milk please, I'm vegan. No dairy for me, can't have that at all, ain't fucking with drugs, don't get me involved. Anyway, what you wanna do, just you and me. She'll be real cool, just vibe. Go outside, that's time together, nobody does it better. Come here, let's take a seat. Be my entertainment for the week. No phones, no TV, and no sleep. Just keep your eyes on the clock, big mama, we don't have no time to waste. So why don't you go ahead and take your stand? I wanna see you do your little dance. Yeah, just like that. Come on. Yeah, just like that. Come on. Yeah, just like that. Come on. Yeah, just like that. Come on, I heard you know how to make vegan ice cream. Tell me, is that the truth? I volunteer to be the taste tester. I wanna see what you can do. Hold on. You can do all that too? Damn. This is great. Strawberry, mango, cookies and cream, matcha, chocolate, vanilla bean, butter pecan, strawberry shortcake, some type of peanut butter cup thing. God damn. Got my mouth watering and shit. I'm supposed to be on the track, rapping and shit. I'm over here thinking about all the ice cream that you can make. I was about to talk about the flavor we can make it, Ascension or some shit like that. You know what? Go ahead and do your little dance. Yeah, just like that. Come on. 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 Strawberry, mango, cookies and cream, matcha, chocolate, vanilla bean, butter pecan, strawberry shortcake, some type of peanut butter cup thing. Strawberry, mango, cookies and cream, matcha, chocolate, vanilla bean, butter pecan, strawberry shortcake, some type of peanut butter cup thing. To my brothers, know that I love you, and I'm proud of you. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. To my brothers, know that I love you, and I'm proud of you. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. You are not a crash out. Whoever said it, watch your mouth. Instead of saying crash out, you should help them where it counts. This about your soul. Make sure that you purify it. Say you're good, then life get tough. Now you're real quiet, real silent. I hope you know that we see you. Your mental health matters too, and we really need you to protect you. Be strong. Hold on to the rope. Keep it moving. Ascend. Stay true, and you will win. To protect you. Be strong. Hold on to the rope. Keep it moving. Ascend. Stay true, and you will win. To protect you. Be strong. Hold on to the rope. Keep it moving. Ascend. Stay true, and you will win. Win. You win. To protect you, be strong. Hold on to the rope, keep it moving. Ascend, stay true, and you will win. To my brothers, know that I love you, and I'm proud of you. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. To my brothers, know that I love you, and I'm proud of you. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. You're a leader, superior, protector, provider, a supreme being with that true light up inside you, gonna shine it. You're successful, you have courage, the mightiest of warriors, wise, brave, no struggle can stop you. You the one and the two and the three and four. Don't let them tell you any different. All my brothers, you should know. You the one and the two and the three and four. Don't let them tell you any different. All my brothers, you should know. To my brothers, know that I love you and I'm proud of you. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. To my brothers, know that I love you and I'm proud of you. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. Watching you succeed in life is a great blessing. You got this. You got this. You got this. Ladies, this for the women, young and old, wise and bold, weak, nah, strong, come on. This is the part where you give your testimony about your journey headed towards the sun. How you've been activated, despite all those people who didn't want you to make it. And after everything you've been through, tests and gates, you found your way home, and guess what? You did it, you made it, you cleared it. On to the next test. It don't stop, you gotta purify your soul, cleanse your heart. It's time to let it all go. And I know you know, we know it get hard sometimes. And you still got through it, right on time. In this very moment, here's where you stand up, you'll only get stronger. Lifting your heartache and pain is no longer there, which is here. Lift your arm up, right on time. In this very moment, here's where you stand up, you'll only get stronger. Lifting your heartache and pain is no longer there, which is here. Lift your arm up, a toast to you, and raise a glass. Strong woman, superwoman, we see you woman. You're bright as the sun, natural woman, truthful woman, beautiful woman, as great as they come. Powerful woman, psychic woman, magic woman. You know who you are, resilient woman, wise woman, profiting woman. You know you're a star. Strong woman, superwoman, we see you woman. You're bright as the sun, natural woman, truthful woman, beautiful woman, as great as they come. Powerful woman, psychic woman, magic woman. You know who you are, resilient woman, wise woman, profiting woman. You know you're a star. And your love gives us strength. And your soul is so brilliant. And we're grateful for all that you do and how you stay true to your value. There's something special about you, truly gifted. The way you view the world, strong intuition, when you actually listen. Untouchable girl, I am her. She is me. I'm on my path, cause I chose to be. Untouchable girl, I am her. She is me. I'm on my path, cause I chose to be. Untouchable girl, strong woman, superwoman, we see you woman. You're bright as the sun, natural woman, truthful woman, beautiful woman, as great as they come. Powerful woman, psychic woman, magic woman. You know who you are, resilient woman, wise woman, profiting woman. You know you're a star. Strong woman, superwoman, we see you woman. You're bright as the sun, natural woman, truthful woman, beautiful woman, as great as they come. Powerful woman, psychic woman, magic woman. You know who you are, resilient woman, wise woman, profiting woman. You know you're a star.
Alright, now here go the job. I don't want to hear nobody. I don't want to hear none of that. Here go the job. We got work to do. Okay, they ain't done testing. They're not done. They think if the people ain't moving, they think, okay, then we got them. They're docile. You understand? But all you have to do is just wake up and realize that we've been laying this whole thing out. So now what do we do? Okay, let me tell you what we're doing. Not just what do we do. What we're doing is we're encouraging and bringing forth that renaissance or rebirth. Okay, remember I told you Beyonce had a tour last year called Renaissance. All right, which means rebirth, and you will see the green light around her. Go look it up. You'll see what I'm saying. She had Renaissance, she had rebirth. I already told you Beyonce got the sciences. People think she crazy. People think this, that, and the third, but she already got the sciences, and she been saying this shit. You cannot have the rebirth without the woman. You cannot have the rebirth without understanding the science or what it means when you're born. When you first come into this reality, the first sound that you hear a baby make is ah, or ah, right? Now I already broke down the 3-part harmony. Okay, remember the question. A lot of times I'll be like, who got questions? One person asks one question, we'll be here for 4 hours answering it. You know what I mean? But the question was, do we do semen retention on the, the alignment, the harmonic conversions? I said, well, that'll be the best way to go. That'll be more favorable for you if you do it that way, because then you're only dealing with the energy that's built up and you ain't released it. You know what I'm saying? And now when you do put it out, it's going to be in alignment with all these other people. You know what I'm saying? We will be all on different parts of the world. Harmonic convergence happened in 1987. Don't let them call me crazy, y'all. Okay? I've been saying this shit. It's in my books. Okay? Just because you ain't seen it, whatever, you read the books, you know, I ain't just be like, oh, I wonder if I do a harmonic conversion. I've been planning these things for years. All right? After a certain point, we get to a certain level. Now I say, okay, I literally stood in my living room and was talking to my homie months ago. I said, what I'm about to do is I'm about to start doing these letters. I said, these letters are going to crack open the algorithm on a whole different field, on a whole different plane. Remember, I told y'all we can go viral whenever we want to go. All right, I said, but these letters that's what's going to bring more people. And I did it. You know what I mean? So when I tell y'all we're going to do this, you know what I mean? And we're going to do it. So the point is this. On that harmonic convergence, which will be April 8th, actually it's April 4th. Okay, April 4th, there's a planetary alignment taking place. All right? At 7:04 a.m. for everybody, wherever your 7:04 is, we're going to go outside. It's going to be in the book X Marks the Spot, all right, which will come out 3/14, all right, March 14th. So everybody's going to go out at 7:04. Remember what we talked about with the New Year thing, okay, where you said the New Year comes January 1st, and some people were arguing about 21st. I don't give a fuck. Whatever year, time period, whatever point date it came in, everybody that believed in the January 1st thing was going to have a conscious reset at 12 a.m. No matter what part of the world they were in, at 12 a.m. for each of their time zones, they were going to reset themselves consciously. I said there's going to be a planetary orgasm that's going to happen. A climax is going to take place through people's minds. They literally get to cheering and kissing and all the other stuff, drinking, throw a shot back as soon as the shit hit 12. And you don't think that's energy that these elite use every 365 damn days? You know what I'm saying? So when I explain to people, you come together and you do things at the same time, no matter what it is. That's why they have holy or unholy days. All right? One holy day almost every damn month. You know what I'm saying? At least one holy day that everybody's going to be observing and getting absorbed from, all right, or harvest for. Okay? They pull in energy, currency, money, whatever you want to call it, from people every damn month. They know what happens when people come together and they align on one accord to get something done. And they use that energy to fuel their system. The system only exists because you believe in it. You know what I mean? The moment you don't believe in the system, this ain't America. This is fucking dirt. That's what this is. You want to know what it is? It's dirt. You pick it up. It's sediment. It's soil. It's all that other shit. It's not America. You believe it's America. You go over there to Russia. You believe that's Russia because they say it's Russia. You know what I mean? You call the shit something else tomorrow. Listen, if a star fall tomorrow and some way you just on the one place of the planet that it didn't hit, okay, you call it whatever you want to call it. All this shit get wiped out. It was all bullshit from the beginning. It never existed except in the minds of the people. Okay? So when people go outside collectively with this harmonic convergence, okay, and sing this sound together, what will be the sound phase? It'll be the first step because we're going through 3 steps leading up to the solstice. All right? 3 steps. And those 3 steps are 1, 3, and 5. And if you think I made that up just to be unique, then you need to go study music notation and learn about the triad. All right? Because that 1 and that 3 and 5 will slap you in the face. You're like, wait a minute. You know what I mean? Exactly. The first, third, and the 5th steps. Okay? The same way you have 1 level in masonry. Then the 3rd step in masonry. Then the 5th step in masonry with 1 and the 3 and the 5. Okay? But some people mistake as the 3 and the 5 and the 7, which is a whole different conversation. You know what I'm saying? But the 1 and the 3 and the 5 say, how old are you? I'm 3 years old. Okay, you're a fellow craft. How old are you? I'm 5 years old. Okay, you're a master mason. You know what I'm saying? 1, 3 plus 5 equals 9. And that's the amount of time that they gave Dr. Malachi York, 135 years. You know what I'm saying? You see the game? And he was the one who had a note in his hand or a scroll in his hand or a book in his hand. And he was smiling as they were walking him out when you see that 1, 3, 5. And you see right there in one of the parts of the heading, it said, it's not over. He was smiling. He said, it's not over. You'll be surprised, I'll tell you. So when you go outside and at 7:04, why am I doing it? Pay attention. 7:04, that's G-O-D. Okay? 7:04. And it just so happens to be the 7:04 is the crack of dawn. Are you listening to me? And I broke down the science of 7:04 in the rehab book, and I explained to you, let me see if we can do it now, because the shit gonna be backwards. But if you got the rehab book, matter of fact, let's use that as a reset, all right, or rise them up again. Go to Play for Change, okay, you see the cash up right there, Play for Change. Remember, Uncle Sam had the hat, and they called him a hat man. Okay, so that Sam being, or that Sem being, all right, or that sitting being, okay, is Uncle Sam. Okay, so we're gonna creep through that reality, and it's gonna cause for when you add in the heat, it's gonna cause for this hardened reality that's been trying to linger to be loosened even more. Okay, and because all of y'all decided to do this together in the green light, because we haven't reached the blue yet, but you know you should be able to pick up on where it's at. I already said it almost. I think I actually did say it on y'all other shows. So you people walking, you know when it's coming. You know exactly when it's coming. All right, that green light is the agreeable light. That means you're choosing that side of you that's able to agree. And you said, I may not know everything this nigga talking about, but listening to his voice and the fact that he been standing here talking for this damn long about this, and he do this all the damn time, maybe he's meaning what he's saying. I don't like to say genuine and sincere anymore because we got gin there and sin there, okay? But maybe he know what he's talking about, and he means what he's saying. He's passionate, whatever we want to call it. I don't even like that word, but he means what he's saying, okay? He has his heart or his center in the right place, okay? For him to be continuously doing this when he could have easily strayed away and led others astray, especially as soon as people get up. Nigga got 50,000 followers, all right? And they act like they was Beyonce and Jay-Z. You know what I mean? This shit still ain't got to my head because I know what this is about. They didn't know what they wanted to do this for. They had no reason other than they was going after the greed, the fame, the power. They don't know. They didn't have a definiteness of purpose. But you can feel and sense the definiteness of purpose in my voice. How many times have I brought up to you about how they put hits out? You know what I mean? Did I flinch? How many times have I brought up to you about who and what got issues? I told you about how the conscious community, they all watch. They all pay attention to me. All right, they know that. They have to because it's the most conscious explosion that's out here right now. They got to. But they still go off into their own little thing, and they always do their little sidebar and all that stuff because they thinking that if they do that, then it could hinder. Okay? There's a lot of people that they really don't want to say that they're inspired by me. They don't want to say it. I don't have no issue. That's fine. Okay? They don't want to say they're inspired by me. So what they do is they try to challenge it off to the side instead of saying, look, you could ask me a question, and I can give you the answer. If you want to know what I'm doing, ask me, and I'll tell you. You know what I'm saying? If you want to understand why I'm doing this, that, and the third, ask me and I'll tell you. You know what I'm saying? DM me, come on here live, whatever. Don't try to heckle, you get booted. But if you really want the truth, I'll give you the truth. Okay? The point being, people can sense that from me. All right? That's the reason they didn't want me on their lives. Y'all remember when I used to be like, Dad, they don't want me on the live. With like 7 people on here, 10 people was on here. Y'all remember them days? I'm like, Dad, I'm trying to get to these people that have these conversations. They don't want to have these conversations with me. They calling all these other people up. People didn't have no following, none of that. And that's just what it was. But now it's like, okay, it don't even need to be that. People can sense it. So because they could sense it, they didn't want me nowhere near them because they knew that when people saw me standing next to them, they would see that. You know what I mean? You can't unsee that. So what I did, I pulled that from the mental plane right here. Boom. Here goes the green light that you were experiencing. You didn't know what it was. I told you, I showed you what it was. All right? I wasn't even born when the sons of green light was out here. You know what I'm saying? But I still know Yahuwah. Yahuwah. I was given omnipotent, O light. You were led by way of the light. And that light is in your light, O light. Or Yah Nur. Okay, Yah Nun. Yah Nun. I was given that. So as I got here, I'm like, what are these words right here? Here's what it means, and here's how you can use them. Here go the tones. They didn't want the people to have the tone. I say we're going to learn the language. All right? We come on here, we learn Nuwapu. There's a reason for that. This ain't for us. The brother young elder was out. He said, yo, what would be the secret language people need to learn so that we can talk and they don't understand what we'll be talking about? Listen, if we can learn it, they can learn it. All right? It ain't about what you think it's about. Okay? Because you go into the logistics of it. All right? Linguistically, something happens in your brain. When you learn a language, okay, that language alters your brain. And that's what we need to happen. Because when that brain gets altered, by every definition of the phrase, you're repenting. Do you understand what I'm explaining to you? And when you say Rahubat instead of greetings, Halal punches the damn air. He said that this can't be. You understand? Listen, you got people like Nikki Lopez and Jacob York. These people have blocked me. I didn't listen. I know why Jacob blocked me, but Nikki Lopez didn't have no damn reason to block me. Lady only got, I think she had 3,000 followers. I ain't never been on her page, none of that. But just from investigating, I'm like, that lady don't block me. You know what I mean? But it's because every time she turn around, I'm reminding her of her own delusion. Every time she turn around, I'm not one of the people. Listen, I was sitting here today, and I had to freeze for a second. Miss Faye, what's going on? I still ain't said it. I'm going to say it now. It fucked me up when I realized how many of not only Pop's children, okay, but Nuwabians still follow Nikki Lopez. Right? Now, all this happening behind the scenes. You know me, I wake up one day and I get bored enough, I'm going to do a letter to Nikki Lopez. I do a letter to Jacob York. I write a letter to whoever the fuck I want to write a letter to. I look at this shit, I say, yo, why are his children still following her? If you don't know who Nikki Lopez is, she was the one who partnered with Jacob York to bring the case against Dr. Melikazi York. Not only are a lot of them still following her, a lot of them still following Jacob. So I sat here and I was like, wait a minute. And I had to go back through all the shit since I was like 12, 13 years old. And it's like, yo, it's everybody, y'all. When he was like, trust nobody, that's what he meant. I'm like, yo, something in me, I don't care who nobody is. I know you lied on my mama, or I know you lied on my father, and you got them life. You know what I mean? Now, here's the other stupid thing about it. He got 135 years. These biggie body ass niggas be out here talking about he took a plea deal. Nigga, I never take a plea. I never admit to no shit like that. Da, 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 da. They don't know shit about shit then. Because first of all, a plea never meant you was guilty. It never meant that. For some reason, the only place that pleading guilty means you're guilty is Dr. Melikazi York. For a nigga stealing a Snickers bar, he plead guilty, niggas say he ain't do that shit. It mean he trying to get less time. You know what I mean? Niggas shoot up a block, he plead guilty, he ain't do that shit. He was trying to get less time. So please make this make sense for me and everybody watching y'all dumbasses. How do a nigga plead guilty and get 135 years? What time was they trying to give him? Who they think this man is? Who they think he is? They said, oh yeah, you plead guilty? I ain't gonna hold you. I was gonna give your ass 780. But because you plead guilty, nigga, I'm gonna do your 135. I'm gonna fuck with you. God, you took this shit to trial, nigga. We did it 780. Do you see how stupid your dumb ass sound? But these are the niggas who everybody hit first. Wait till I get there. Everybody gets a letter. You get a letter. You get a letter. Listen, everybody gets a letter. Wait till I get there. Because I'm going to get there to the point where you be like, who is that? Some names I ain't going to get a runway right now. Because you be like, who the fuck is that? But when I get there, it's going to be so big, it don't matter. I can pick average Joe Blow up the street. They be like, this nigga Joe Blow full of shit. You know what I mean? I can pick whoever. I remember everything y'all niggas said, everything y'all niggas did. Hocus for a fifth, all y'all, I haven't forgotten about y'all. All right? Listen, if I said your name before, I haven't forgotten about you. We're going to get to you, okay? And you're going to have your time and your day in court also. Okay, like I said, everybody's going to feel it. All right? And it's not over. The game ain't done. You feel me? So how dumb y'all niggas sound? Hope you've been to Rikers Island. You did 4 years. How can you make fun of a nigga being in prison? You feel what I'm saying? You did Rikers Island. You know what I mean? Not just prison. You did the devil's hallway. You know what I mean? And you make fun of him. These niggas was all on Clubhouse doing this shit. I ain't forgot. But they will make jokes and say, I'm not going to plead guilty. But you never been in that situation. So the one voice they haven't heard yet, which I'm going to make sure that we're able to get this audio, and I'm going to make it loud. I'm going to post it on my YouTube. All right? They ain't heard Pop voice. All right? Recently, in 2021, I got a call for 2021 when he was speaking about what was going on. The lawyer wound up cutting him off because he had to, somebody lady was on the phone with the lawyer and he was out, I hit a boy. It was a call got sent to me. You know what I'm saying? But he was saying, he said, I was tortured. You know what I mean? It's been it was 20 years at that time. About 20 years. He said, I was tortured. He said, they denied me sleep. You know what I mean? He said, then they told him about a plea deal. He didn't know anything about it. He said, in Garland, which was the motherfucker who was on the case, he said he wasn't supposed to be on there because he said he wouldn't want him to represent him anymore. So by the time they got in court and put that camera on him, Dr. Melikazi York is the sharpest man I know. Go watch Dr. York 1992, where you see him in the purple shirt that I told y'all about before, Mount Zion teaching. Go watch Dr. York 1992 and see him teaching with the braids and how he's expressing. You'll even see a clip of it in the Letter to 21 Savage video. Go watch that and go watch any of the other videos of Dr. York teaching, and then go watch where he pled guilty and see if that's the same man. Tell me that's the same man. Tell me he can hold his head up. Tell me he cannot blink for 3 seconds. Tell me he looked, and he said it on the phone call. I'm going to make it loud. He said, you could tell I wasn't there. He said I was under what's called duress and coercion. He said he was under duress. Nobody wants to deal with that.
Now, with
so
that being said,
he wasn't there, but they made sure he was.
Georgia because it was Native American your Native American roots for here in Georgia. Was it also true that the land in upstate New York that's mentioned in the indictments, that was also Native American land?
That's right. We had a reservation set up there, signs and pictures of it. Different tribes used to come up there. We used to have powwows up there. It was in Liberty, New York, and that's where we used to gather. We was dressing in Native American clothes. We had Native American music. We lived our culture up there before we came down here. It's not something we acquired when we got here. It's not no newfound idea. I was a Native American all my life. Regardless of what religion I got involved in, or what fraternity I got involved in, or what culture I studied, be it the Masonics or the Egyptians or the Christians or the Muslims, I was still by birthright and by gene and genealogy a Native American and Massey Native American of the Creek Nation in the state of Georgia. From Georgia, we traced our family tracks into railroad tracks all the way up to Massachusetts, from Massachusetts Indians to the Pico Indians, all the way back down to the Cherokee, all the way back down to the Creek Confederates, and then even over to Florida, where we found Chief John Moore, whose name was Dripper, which was Ben York, my great-grandfather's brother, and he was down among the Seminoles in St. Augustine, where they recently found bones.
Okay.
And you can trace him out also, John Horse, they call him.
Okay. And is it also true that, because in the trial, they're trying to say that these certain alleged victims were traveling in interstate commerce. Is it true that the alleged victims moved with their own mothers and fathers to Georgia and on their own?
Each one of them. When Abigail was up there, her father got on the stand. She confirmed that she moved with him. Tatiana Thomas, right, called her Tia, her mother was on the stand, and she confirmed that she moved down with her. None of the victims moved with me. None of the victims was in my vehicle. Their parents are the ones who transported down there, and they didn't transport them from up on the mountain directly to that land. No, they moved from different places. Some of them wasn't living up on the mountain. They came from different parts of up there in the north, where it was Philadelphia or New York, and came to different parts of Georgia, and then later they moved on the land. You know, they got permission from whoever and moved on the land. I think at the time was the people in charge of the land. Rather than that, right? Not me. It had nothing to do with me.
Okay. Now, is it true that there were no allegations or reports or charges of anything dealing with sexual abuse in New York or upstate?
Well, our organization existed since 1967. Got incorporated in as the Nubian Islamic Hebrew Dance Hall Community around 1973.
Okay.
Now, from 67 to 73, we had a community set up. There was none. From 73 all the way up to 1988. From 1973 to 1988, there's never been any type of claim of anything to deal with molestation or child abuse or sex scandals, nor anything dealing with bank fraud or any type of all the stuff they call RICO or money exchanges. None of these things existed from 1967 all the way up to 1988. They started fabricating their charges from 1988, and it's not backed up by any other truth. We have absolutely no allegations of anything. Any children, don't forget now, you're talking about 4 people, 4 children, and about 4 adults that are making a statement after thousands of members. There's thousands of members that passed through our organization from 1967 all the way up. And all of them have children, and all of their children are the same age, and they have sons and daughters. And if you ask them, these are the ones trying to get on the stand to say it, which the judge would let them, this is not true. I know these kids. I know the kids are making the claims, and I know him. We've been knowing Baba. They make a big deal about the word Baba. Baba's a very common word. Baba means father, whether it's Ava, Baba, or Abu in different languages. We are fortunate to speak different languages other than English, because we taught them different languages so they'd understand different things in culture. But they would use words and cliches and things to make this, to hype it up. But it doesn't work if people just use common sense and say, the organization started in 1967, and they have no complaints of any type of child molestation through the man's whole beautiful part of my life, the whole time, from the time I'm like 20-something all the way up to 50-something, there's nothing. And then I wait till I'm 50-something years old, I'm going into the old age, and then I start playing games and pretending, and they're keeping records of me having sex up to something like 5 and 6 times per day at my age. Impossible. None of that stuff existed. They created that stuff. It's all a plot to take the land and to stop this organization and to prevent our tribe from getting sovereignty. We are the Massey Native American Moors. I declared my sovereignty. I stood up for my indigenous rights on June 30th. And here comes old noise getting ready to come back in now. Okay? And I did my best to make it clear to the world I do not fall under their laws. They came to our land. They invaded our land. They brought their stuff to our land. You follow? This is our land.
Okay. Now, dealing with New York, and that's where the basis of the Massachusetts Indian and some of the Native American roots that you mentioned before.
Yes.
Now, they're saying that there was no financial crimes alleged in New York or anything of that nature.
Right.
Now, one thing that's always been put in the public is that Mr. York or Mr. Dwight York is a felon.
Right.
Is it true?
Absolutely not. I am not a convicted felon, and they know that for a fact. Otherwise, they would have tried to tag gun charges on me. Because that's what they love to do, tag gun charges. They found a bunch of guns, and I had legal guns in my house, and I'm not a felon. That's why there's no gun charges. Excuse me. Anyway, in this case, kid. And it was done under youthful offending. Youthful offending does not register in as a federal charge.
Right.
Also, that was all part of a plot also to stir the public. He's a convicted felon. He had rape. Rape on rape was statutory rape when I was a kid. I had a girlfriend. She was younger than me, and we got involved and we had a child. It wasn't a thing where I raped anybody in warfare. It was statutory rape. It was my girlfriend, and we lived and we didn't break up. We had the child, and we raised the child, and everything. You know?
Yeah. So that's just another
ploy to win people over to make me look like a bad guy. Just like the 100 wife story. You have 100 wives, plus he's having sex with 100 children. Hello, who is he? Superman something?
Right.
These things are impossible. People just use their logic and say the things they're saying don't make sense. They don't even add up to make physical sense. They're impossibilities.
Right. Now, another issue that keeps being brought up, and I know we've discussed it before, but that's the name of Dwight York.
Right.
Where did this Dwight York name come from?
The name Dwight goes back in the family now, the relatives. Right? On my grandmother's side. We have our whole family tree up on the internet, they can see it. Okay? Now, I didn't have a first name. To get my birth certificate, the one issued to me here in Boston, Massachusetts, you see there's no first name. It's just male. Every other person who belongs to the family, from Mary and David, have first names. Alright? But in my birth certificate, of course, there was no first name. So now, they took a name that my grandmother used to call me short. She used to call me Dookie, and different nicknames, right? And that's the name I named my son, Dwight, right? And they took that and got him in his life mixed this off of mine and started making these statements that I had, that my name is Dwight D. York. This is illegal. Because all of the documents they filed have the wrong name on it and it's the wrong person. And even in the statements they made in Putnam County where Mary and Tanner mentioned the age matches the newspaper articles where the newspaper article, the Macon Telegram made a mistake and used Dwight York and say age 36 or 34, which is my son's age.
Right.
They knew they had the wrong person all the time. So there's a misnomer in the process.
Right.
To get them to suing them for using the wrong name. You cannot try a person with the wrong name.
Right.
But you can correct the name. And I'm walking around the state with the correct name, otherwise New York, and the feds are still pushing the wrong name. This is illegal. Because
Right.
they got to keep these people from being able to go back and check these names. Because they pull these names up. Smart people like our organization will go on the computer and try to find out. Does he have a felony? Was he this? Was he that? And they'll find it's not true. So they got to try to keep a bogus name in front of the public so the public won't be able to look up the real name.
Right.
The stories are not true.
Right. Now, dealing with the travel and the organization, or not just the organization, but the tribe with other organizations within it, moving from New York to Georgia, what would cause so many people to move? What is it that would make people want to move to Georgia? I know there's been mentions of you moving to Georgia because of safety for your life, things of that nature.
That was the reason why. That's what prompted me to move abruptly.
Right.
Move for safety. I moved down there so I could be back near my ancestors.
Right.
Native Americans. But because there was a threat on my life, that made me speed up and move, abrupt. But many people came down because we're a tribe of Indians.
Okay.
And tribes move from place to place. They're admitting that there's another chief from our tribe called Latif on one hand. They're admitting that there's another chief. There's 4 or 5 different chiefs. They have the Shinnecock with us, the Cherokee with us, we have the Navajo with us, we have the Washita with us. These are different tribes, right? All belonging to, all Native Americans. You follow me? So when people heard that I, as the chief of one of the groups, the American Native American Morris group, some people started moving there, but other people had already moved down here to be close to ancestors before me and had their own chiefs that they were under their chief. I'm not the chief of all Inuakans. I'm not the chief of all Indians in the world. I'm not their sole leader. I'm not in control of everybody's minds or everybody's thoughts or everybody's finances or who sleeps with who or when they sleep with them. All that is bogus jargon that seals and then came up with to establish a monster case.
Right. Okay. Now, I know because earlier we were mentioning that there were time periods where no allegations were reported, like 67, 70.
Long time.
But also in 1993, from 1993 when the move to Georgia was done, was taking place, to all the way to 2002 up until 1993.
No, it was still 92. Don't say the 2000 because they don't use that. From 1993 all the way to 1997, there was none.
Okay.
4, 5, 6, 7. Nobody complained. Meanwhile, they're saying that these events started in Brooklyn.
Right.
Nobody complained. And the people that they're saying say they happened in Brooklyn, but then they followed us down here.
Right.
Does that make sense? The Brooklyn followed me down here. There's your chance. If I moved abruptly, nobody moved with me. Then you did when you gave me the move story about I want to go down there. I want to move with that man because he did this to me. How come then you move down here, live down here, and then later on stay here until you finally get put off the land and then you make your allegation?
Right.
That does not make sense.
Right. And that's from 67 to 1988 is 21 years.
21 years of no complaints, whether it was financial or IRS or sexual abuse or any molestation. That's not the pedophile law. We investigated the types of pedophiles, the different types of pedophiles, and what makes them work the way they do. And there's none that fit that profile.
Right. That is, it's amazing when you do the facts and you see it actually in front of you. This case it just doesn't make sense.
It's a hoax. It's a big hoax. They're setting a precedence to try. First, they're afraid of me because of my books and my teachings and the fast growth of my organization worldwide. Then they saw an opportunity to combine the two, to go after all the other black ministers down there because of votes and control. So they said, we can't get this man. He doesn't do anything illegal. He pays his taxes, does everything right. We got to come up with the most, what's the best way? Oh, let's use that new RICO thing we have. We use on drug dealers. That's why the case looks like a drug dealer case. So we can just get anybody, get up and say, yes, he did it, yes, he did that, and that's all it takes. And there's no hearsay, so they can't go back and forth and say, well, did you tell me this, and didn't this happen when they cut all that out? And that's why the judge locked the case down. This, what they made, this so-called York case, is really a drug case. They use a drug case, let's say, pattern to lay this case out.
Right.
Where they deal with gangsters. How you going to call our organization RICO a gangster? You got corporations that you talking about, we call ourselves the enterprise that's not registered. Yet the so-called enterprise that's not registered is depositing money in the bank. So you tell me a bank are receiving money from an unincorporated enterprise, then the banks are corrupt. How you going to have all these different organizations existing at the same time, and then you say the purpose of organizing and changing name was so we can hide who we were, but all the organizations are still existing all at the same time, and different people belong to different ones?
Right.
All at the same time? Because but you're making it look like it's metamorphed from facade, from group to group, from name to name, to change to change. When you're a Muslim, you become a Muslim name. If you're Indian, you become an Indian name. If you're Christian, when people become Catholics and they get baptized, they give them a Christian name. So whatever you're studying at the time, that's the name it becomes. So when we're Sumerians, we have Sumerian name. We're studying Sumerian. We're studying their language. When we're Muslim, you have an Arabic name. When you're Christian, you have a Christian name. Except when you're Indian, you have a Native American name. That makes sense. You can be all of those things and still be one person.
Right.
You can be a Native American by nature. You can join a Christian church. You can become Masonic all at the same time, and you can study Egyptology.
Right.
You can become, you know what I'm saying? And still be the same person without it trying to be some type of plot or scheme, to confuse or divert just attention from yourself. How can I try to hide who I am and I'm as public as I am?
Right.
Not only public in the so-called religious world, I'm public in the music world. I Dr. York had albums and groups that I produced. I was on videotapes. I'm all over the doggone place. How can I be trying to hide, trying to make it look like I'm COVID? I got an organization. I'm sneaking around. I'm doing all this stuff. How can I do that as advert as I am? And you can't go nowhere in the world where somebody don't know who I am. They don't know me by the music, Dr. York. They don't know me from York Productions. They don't know me by that. They don't know me as Imam Isa. They don't know me as that. But they all know me. And I put out a book saying Dr. York is not trying to hide himself, showing that all these names are the same people. You can get the book.
Right.
It's available.
Right. Now, going back to the issue dealing with the prophecy and things that they're trying to put forth to the public's minds, that there was so much control.
Right.
Now, is it true that you did not control who came to live on the property?
Absolutely. That's the stuff. They found a couple of listeners they call, pastors and all that kind of stuff they were trying to do. But first of all, for the 2 years, when the 2 years was going by that I was working in Clark County and not living on the land, then who was controlling it then? Who was deciding who gets on, who leaves, who decides? All these people said they jump up and left when they wanted, and their sister came back, and they came. Well, they were visiting, my mother visited, my sister visited me. I wasn't there. So their visitors, if sisters and brothers were visiting, who was giving them a visit to come to the gate if I wasn't there? And if I was in control of all of that, then how was I controlling that from another place? If I was, they didn't even arrest me on the land. They arrested me in Baldwin County.
Right.
I was already in custody when they attacked the land, put guns in babies' heads, and threw tear gas around me and threatened people. They knew I was in custody. They just wanted, they were trying to get a Waco. You can't get a Waco with us because Waco is one group isolated in one place. We have groups all over the world. You can't jump down on all these groups at the same time. They found that out after they got there, after they got their hands into this organization. They realized how big it was and how worldwide spread it was, and so they can't classify it like a little Waco. We have one little denomination in one little area with one little minister. We have ministers all over the place. We have teachers all over the place. We have leaders all over the place speaking different languages. Some of them are speaking in languages I don't even understand. And they're still a part of our organization. So there is a big hoax to try to topple the most frightening organization that ever came along, because we get along, all races, all colors of people, and all religions, and we get together and we come on, we agree on the things that we agree on, and we avoid the things we disagree on. And they can't have that because they need everybody to worship them and look like they don't want to be them. And that doesn't work when you get a bunch of people who don't want to be them and don't want to be you. We're not interested in hip hop. We're not interested in your drugs. We're not interested in all your bling bling. We're not interested in your filth. We're not interested in your stripping our clothes down and wearing body type clothes. We don't want none of that stuff. We're not interested in your perm. We're not interested in your color contacts. We don't want none of that stuff. And that's what bothers them. Because without that, they don't have control over your mind. And they know generation after generation, you'll become more and more liberated from them. You start thinking for yourself. You start doing for self in kind, like the Nation of Islam and them. centers and the Rastafarians, all the people who broke away, right away they got to be cuffed, they got to get rid of them. Why? Because they want to think outside of the framework of the image of the beast. They don't want to be them. They want everybody to want to worship them, everybody to want to be like them, everybody to want to like them, everybody want to wear their clothes, listen to their music, eat their foods. We don't want that. You're a troublemaker. And that's what I become. I'm a troublemaker. I'm not interested in what they want. I don't care nothing about what they believe. They're entitled to be. Europeans can be anything they want to be. One more thing. When the European says that Africans need to go back to Africa, Europeans need to go back to Europe. That was the point I was trying to make. Everybody talking about blacks need to go back to Africa. No, I'm saying all the Europeans go back to Africa, go back to Europe, and all Africans go back to Africa, and all the Indians go back to India and leave us here in our country. Native Americans visit us on visas. People be quite content with that too, and we all get along.
Right. Yeah, exactly what you're saying. With everything that's going on with Catholic ministers, and you see that recently Michael Jackson's been brought up on charges.
The internet with the police officers and all that stuff.
Right, exactly. Yes, and so basically at this point, is they in your indictment or in this case, they superseded the first indictment was just 4 counts.
Right.
And it was evident that they didn't have a case unless they were to get this RICO, which they've never done in the state of Georgia before.
Right.
What are some of the reasons why you feel they went for a RICO charge and things of that nature?
Well, first of all, I brought my accountant in, the Duke for a firm from New York. Where I've been doing business for over 30 years, from the father to the son. I've never been audited. I've never had any problems with the IRS ever in my whole career. I've deposited millions and millions of dollars legally. I filed my tax. In fact, I've gotten money back. This is the first thing that they claimed, which is a part of this setup. Right? Why they did this is because they saw the sex case by going to the internet again. If they go up there, they'll see all the evidence. They go from beginning to end. They can see all the evidence. They went up there and saw that they were not going to win a sex case. And the only way that they can go for this man's money and go for the community over there and put them is to create something called a RICO. RICO is this new law that they created for Gotti, and they're using it in the system now to destroy all these kids. They arrested people. They have people turn the states on it. They call it 5Ks, where one inmate can lie on another inmate, and they'll take his time away. They'll send criminals into the street to work for them, and they'll point out other people, and they'll just come in, and their word alone means that person can go to jail for 10, 20, 25, 30 years, and even life. And this is a widespread thing that you won't know what's going on in the system until you get in here and you see inmate after inmate taking 5Ks on their friends. They call it bashing each other in the head, and they squeal on each other, and the government gives them a chance to go out. The same thing they basically did in our case with a bunch of people. They went to them and said, we got charges on y'all, and if y'all don't take this 5K and start squealing on that man because we want to topple him, then we're going to lock you and your family up and take your kids, etc. So now what they did is they took one person and they tried to use her age as an excuse to establish a RICO, right? They had to get the RICO because they knew the sex charges wasn't going to stand. So then they had to go back to the original people and go back to them and give them something new to say because this wasn't in the original indictment. So they went back to the original people, they called it witnesses, and told them, this is what we need you to say. You got to say he structured money. Now my records would show that how would I structure money for $10,000 and I've been depositing millions of dollars over the weeks. But what they did is they counted on the fact that they invaded the land and my house and stole all of my personal files and records and my bank statements, so I couldn't present in court copies of my deposits. And then the ones they had fabricated, they presented to the public. One of them, by the way, which they didn't verify, had no date on it or nothing. They just put one up on the screen, and they blocked me from being able to present my own. When my accountant was addressed by Mr. Maxwell Woods from the prosecutor, what he did is Maxwell Woods lied directly to him and said, suppose your client, you know him as Malachi York, you know him as Chief Black Thunderbird, suppose he was using another name, would you know? And he was filing under another name like Dwight D. York, would you know? And he said, of course I wouldn't know if he didn't tell me. And he said, see, and they used that, and they took what they call a misnomer, a fake name called Dwight D. York that I never lived under, right? They can't produce no documents of it. They put that on top of the indictment, the new indictment, and started pushing it from there because they knew that's a mythological creature which couldn't be traced to a social security number, so they wouldn't be able to backtrack everything if the public went into looking for it, because they'd have to go to Malachi York to find my bank statements, my IRS statements, and that's why they keep a fake name on top of all my indictments, so that nobody can trace out anything when people start, inquiring. People want to know. So they use that one girl, they use her age. They come to find out in the middle of the court in Middle Georgia, right before Judge Worlds, when we brought an attorney called Solomon Ben Davis. He pointed out that there was a mistake in the indictment. could not be used to testify, and out went their case. So what they did is they sat there in court in Middle Georgia and lied and said she was underage, only for us to have her mother on the stand as one of my witnesses with her birth certificate, which the judge blocked again. But we have it also, the documents is coming back and showed that the girl was overage. Then they found out that their whole indictment had the wrong number in it. Through the whole trial, they had 21 and it should have been 12. And that threw it off because she was 14. And that means that the motion that we put in would have been approved, and the judge said to himself, he said right to the prosecution, I'm afraid I'm going to have to go with Mr. Ben Davis. Ben, the prosecutor said, give us another day to prove that we'll get a birth certificate. Something they've had this case for 2 years, and they didn't have it. And because they knew they didn't have a birth certificate for that girl. So the prosecution was lying just to buy time. They knew the judge was working with them at the time. So now, boom, we checked the dockets by the time we got to the trial, and the prosecution never addressed that motion. So the judge moved on that motion on his own and went into trial. Speeding the trial up, to rush through it, close the door so nobody would see it, and try to get a hook ring and try to get you a life sentence. That was the whole game, and then run the organization and try to smash that. That's what the RICO was set up for. That's how it was set up, and it was based around stuff that they couldn't prove, laws that they couldn't prove. They actually said, that I told one person, one of their witnesses, to structure money when I have a history of depositing money. In fact, I was engaged in buying a church and buying a new temple at the time, and we had deposited thousands of dollars in our accounts. We have more than one account. The account they didn't address is the black bank in Atlanta, where we have most of our accounts out. They came down to small banks in Athens, to Wachovia, and what banks they knew was whitewashed and was going with them. They didn't want to consult the black banks or the previous banks I've been dealing with for years before I came down here in 1993. You follow? Yeah, that's how they set it up. And so therefore, they found out recently in the PSI, when we got a PSR, we got it back. We saw that they changed the dates around. They changed it from 21 to 12. That means the whole trial was being mishandled and was under bogus documents. They blocked out Solomon Ben Davis' motion. The judge took it upon himself to move on it, and further so that they could proceed with this RICO. That's how it happened. It's a big force. It's a big setup because they knew they didn't have a sex case, so they wanted to keep me because they already locked me down for 2 years. They know they did a big stink about it with suits and files. Because I got suits for the torture I've been going through filed against them. I got suits filed against the judge. I got suits filed against Putnam County and the sheriff. And this, suits going against the prosecution. There's suits and against the marshals and institutions for my medical treatment and different things. And they knew that was coming. They're not coming. They know it's already in, but they don't never put that on top of how many suits I got against them. Right? They don't mention all that kind of stuff. They don't put on all the so-called victims that came forth on my behalf and said, "You got me in the indictment. I never told you that." And people they got on the stand, and a woman said, a woman sat on the stand and said, "I never gave nobody no interview, no deal. That's not mine." So when the attorney turned around and said to the prosecution, "Can we see a copy of the 302 that the so-called agent in California is supposed to patent from this individual who's on the stand saying that it never happened?" They said, "Well, we don't know where it's at. We think we lost it." And they never could produce it. This was taking place in the court, but the public wasn't privileged to these type of things. Because what they did is the only press they allowed in was the same press, the exact same press that the judge said was responsible for spoiling Middle Georgia, which was Atlanta Constitutional Journal and Macon Telegraph, of course, Edenton Messenger. That's all. Black reporters came down from Atlanta, reporters from the Nation of Islam Final Call came, reporters from the Moorish Temple came, reporters for a magazine, a black paper in Macon called Georgia Informer, and they all had their badges and legal passes to get in, and the judge said no. He blocked all the black press to put in only the press that were part of what he called those responsible for spoiling Middle Georgia. Then he pulled a grand jury out of a part of Georgia he said was already spoiled by the parade by Sheriff Howard Seals, calling a Mrs. Shalom down there in Brunswick and giving her a whole run on the case. And she had it in the newspaper in Brunswick before the trial came. So Brunswick was also spoiled, but because he put his mouth and said that's the only place he could get a trial, he knew that was the end of the trial. So this trial had ended at least 10 times, and they reawoke this trial. Even in the trial, when the prosecution had finished, they had rested, and then when defense attorney went up there and smashed them down, what they did is open their case after the prosecution rested, just let them open and bring in more witnesses, who, by the way, were proven wrong in both cases. One or two letters was revealed that she was lying, but they brought in witnesses after the so-called prosecution had rested their case. This is ridiculous. This doesn't happen. But in this case, in the Malachi case, in the Yamasee Native American case, where precedence for jurisdiction is an issue here, to identify who we are, let people know we're Native Americans, our bloodline, and this is our land, this, and they got arrested for this, and it keeps on saying, boy, them the Wampis, the bad people, but they don't never mention your Nazi Native American Moors, which is registered by the state, registered in United Nations, it's registered in Geneva, it's registered at the Bureau of Indian Affairs, it's registered worldwide. Your Nazi Native American Moors is a tribe, and I am the chief for that tribe, and it's on record. They can hide and run, but it's going to eventually come to surface. Go ahead.
Right. So a lot of testimony that did not make it into the trial was a testimony that basically corroborated the conspiracy story.
Yes.
And I know that after the trial, Eatonton Messenger actually had an article that Jacob York actually did an interview with, I believe it was Rob Peaches.
Yes.
He works for Eatonton Messenger now. He was fired from the Macon Telegraph.
That's correct.
And but actually, the conspiracy, it's much bigger than just Jacob York. Basically, what you're saying is he was just a pawn in the game.
Exactly. Jacob York was a pawn. Jacob York had a store in Atlanta. Right before the trial, Jacob York's store closes and he disappears. Why didn't the prosecution bring their key witness and put him on the stand? Jacob York. Because they knew if Jacob York got on the stand, he got cross-examined, the truth would come out, he was on payroll, and that's conspiracy, and that is bigger than Jacob York. When they say we're trying to make a conspiracy with my so-called son, no, it's not. It's Middle District, Georgia, and their conspiracy against all black ministers in the state of Georgia. Because once the precedent is set on this case, it's going to start flying across the different ministers' watch, unless we make sure that they don't pull that off.
Right.
And that's what we're working for, and we got worldwide assistance. But the immediate clergy in Georgia better become a part of this. The immediate black politicians in Georgia better be a part of this. NWC and all them better be a part of this. While they're trying to throw your attention on a whole bunch of little frippish cases about a colored guy raised by a white family having sex with a little white girl, and all y'all go march out there for them, and they're making a fool out of you because he has 3 other charges they ain't telling you about. You better get over here where there's a legit case where somebody is being lynched illegally, where all these lies are being told, and the case is being, you better get on a case and behind something that's strong and it's real, because in the long run, my case is being set up to set up all the black churches and all the black leadership.
Right.
Anybody can come out the framework and say 20 years ago you had sex with them, and they have no proof, no medical record, and they can use that and say, yeah, that's justified because of a new law they have.
Right.
It's called conspiracy that they created actually for drug dealers, and now they figure out they got so many drug dealers arrested, now they want to try to use it in other ways. And the people in the church don't see it. This whole conspiracy thing was set up just to bust drug dealers having school on each other. They got so many people coming in jail. I bounced around so many jails. I've seen so many people snitching on people. They got so many people being arrested in jails, a pack of people. So now they got to move around. Let's try to use it somewhere else. Let's go after the ministers. Let's go after the large black corporations. Let's go after all the big black businesses in Atlanta that frighten them.
Right.
Understand? They're afraid of Atlanta because Atlanta is full of black independent businessmen. And they're like, we got to get them out of here in order for us to turn this back into the good old boy South.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely evidence, especially with this case and the cases that you're seeing that we see are coming up.
Oh yeah, they came.
Definitely. So basically, after everything was brought to the forefront and the witnesses took the stand and their witnesses took the stand, it came down to jury deliberation.
Mm-hmm. So we had a hung jury. That means the case is going to be over right there. When it's a hung jury, that's it. This judge took it upon himself to read a small portion, right, to scare them again, and then threaten. You could tell that juror was threatened because of the way she responded. She didn't say yes, sir, like yes, all the white ones. Yes, she said yeah. Yeah, she had her head down. She wouldn't look up. She's the one who said, this man is being set up. Y'all are going after this man, and I don't believe it. And I don't want to be a part of anything where it's going to be overturned in 3 months, like the other case, talking about the McMartin case, which is a fact similar to this case, where they did it in California. They set the same program up there, go after people out there. So the jury, when it came to a hung jury, that was supposed to be it. But after the jury came back with a hung jury, this lawyer made up his mind. He closed the court down. He went back there. We know he did it himself because we know doggone well if they only release one out of all the charges, the only charge they found not guilty is 8, the 8th account, and that deals with Disney World. Why? Because they couldn't foreclose on Disney World because Disney World is too big. That is so obvious. And no way in the world could you tell me that those jurors were able to study all that stuff and understand what RICO laws and RICO accounts are about. Them functioning letters, they had them sitting up there. No way possible. That was all part of the plot. The judge and them had it all set up like that to fool the public. But it's all coming around. We're making it public.
I definitely appreciate you taking the time to. And
my pleasure to get the truth out.
That's right. That's what we need. That's what needs to be done at this point to let people know exactly what took place in the trial.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
I heard on the radio that the attorney put into in his closing argument, putting that it was physically impossible for these alleged acts to happen.
Yeah.
Through their testimonies and how many times they said it happened week per month. And one of those, in the closing arguments, he said over a 1993 to 2001, which is a 8 or 9 year period of time, you would have had to have sex 11,568 times.
11,568 times?
Yes.
At my age, 57, 56?
Right.
That sounds good. Ain't that much Viagra in the world. But go ahead.
And the alleged sex acts per year, this is for continuing for a 9 year period of time, would have been 1,446 times. Yeah, and 121 times per month. And he was mentioning that this is continual, like nonstop. So that's probably around 4 times a day for a 9 year period of time.
Well, that's only part of them. See, what they didn't do is think about all the witnesses that we put up to the so-called victims. If they would have added in what they was claiming and how often they would have been, because the other people was making reference to them being with them, right?
Right.
So if you would add that on with it, and then add the one that deals with all the victims that didn't show up, the people they couldn't get, you know you would have at least 10 times as much.
Right.
It would literally come out to thousands of times a day. That's physically impossible. It's a physical impossibility, and the judge recognized it because he mentioned during the trial, I realize which way you're going. I see what you're doing by asking these people how many times. And then we noticed that as we got near the end, the people started lessening the amount of times. People said, oh, 8 times a day versus, oh, twice a day, every day, oh, 4 times a day. But then as we get down to the end, it's like one person got up there and said, I've been knowing him for 4 years, and we only had sex twice. We got that silly because they was taking them, the prosecution was taking them in the back and weren't telling them what to say.
Right.
Telling them what they saw how the case was beginning to look ridiculous, especially at a man my age, to the claim that I'm having sex over coming out to about 1,000 times a week. That's physically impossible.
Right.
If it's not physically impossible, I'm quite sure other men listening to this program would like to find out how.
And the whole point is they're not taking into consideration, on another note, of your medical illness.
Right, I suffer from angioedema.
Right.
I suffer from acute angioedema. In fact, I passed twice and was resuscitated back to life. And I've had several seizures while incarcerated because of them not knowing what angioedema is and giving me raw medication over his last 2.5 years. And what it does is it reduces your testosterone level and it cuts down your sexual drive. So for 2 years before the arrest, I was already diagnosed with 2 years before May 8, 2000. I was already diagnosed with, hereditary angioedema.
Right.
And they called it acquired angioedema.
Right.
And one-third of the population of people who have that die. Right? And of course, I've died twice, but by the grace of the Most High, my doctor was available. Dr. William Thompson, he brought me back. He had this all on record, it's all log.
Right.
It brings down your sexual drive anyway. You have no interest in sex because your testosterone level drops.
Right.
That's the only way they can keep you from having flare-ups or swellings that, which results like it's something very similar to an allergic reaction.
Right.
It goes around your heart, around your brain, could be around your eyes, or could be in your throat, any of the soft tissues.
Right.
And it affects you for life. So what I've been suffering for the last 2 years, though it appears there's no side effects, the fact that they've been giving me the wrong medication, down the line, 5 years from now or whatever, there will be a side effect to it. Damage will be being made. Just them being sustained by them giving you something like Benadryl that's a suppressant, but it's building up inside anyway. And so down the line, I know the doctor explained that down the line I will have some complications because of the way I've been treated while incarcerated for the last 2.5 years.
And that's the damage, and that goes into the torture suit.
That's definitely a part of the torture suit, which is in the hands of the United Nations now.
Okay.
We're going before the floor of the United Nations within the next 3 weeks to present our case for the second time. We've done it already in Geneva. It's been accepted. It's been logged.
Right.
And on with under investigation is going. The people down here haven't felt the investigation yet, but it's definitely in the making. This case is not going to be shoved under the rug with just giving me a bunch of time and tossing me off to some remote prison forever. It's not that kind of case.
Right.
And then it's already in the making to be exposed.
Okay.
So yeah, it was impossible for me to be having sex like that. And for each witness to get up there and be put on, a victim to get up there and get put on the spot like that, after saying it never happened now, mind you that. After saying it never happened, they said, well, you said it never happened. And then you're saying so. And then you can see these young folks have been brainwashed, they've been rehearsed, they want them, they're setting a precedent, but we're not letting them have it.
Right.
We will fight them to the end.
Right.
We're fighting for our rights and for our justice as Native Americans. I'm a Native American. The state of Georgia has no jurisdiction over me. I'm a Massey chief. They have no rights over me whatsoever. If I was to that's a big hoax there. That'll be exposed, and then we'll move on with the federal who has no rights over me. We were here before they set up. We were colonists. We was in this country before they came. They have already proved in Brazil, scientists have dug up their notes and found, did the research, and found that the original people in this land, North America, were not Mongoloid, but were Negroid. The Olmecs originally. And that the Mongoloids came later with a man called Hushan, or what they call a Z tribe, XI tribe. And then they mixed in with us. And then Africans were brought here through slave trade, and then they mixed in with us. So we have the Yamasee, the Creeks, the Seminole, the Shinnecock, Cherokee. There's quite a few tribes. Iroquois, the Arawak. The Caribbean, they call them Arawak, they call them Caribbeans. They moved down to Barbados, they went into Jamaica, they was in Brazil, had the Maroons, they was in Haiti. We moved all over the place. So, but this tribe here, that I'm the chief of, Georgia, is our base from here straight up to Massachusetts, was our land. For the Massachusetts Indian to the American Native American Creek, or what we call Bali or Guali, which is another word we use, Geechees, which is you find in Savannah, Augusta, you find them in Brunswick, you find them all throughout Milledgeville, Putnam, Bowen, Jones, all in this whole area where all the mounds are. And the Washita tribe mixed in with us along the way. We are the original. Yamasee, also spelled Yamasee, right? And that's a black tribe that was here before the Africans. We're not descendants of the Africans. We were here when the Africans were brought here on 3 separate occasions. They brought Africans here. First they brought them from the Ivory Coast, then they went and brought them all the way from Sudan, and then they migrated here on their own because they came with a treaty from Morocco and set up in the 17th century. Muhammad Seti I, he made a treaty with George Washington. So you had the black Moors came over from Morocco, you had the African slaves brought from the West Coast, and then you had the Nubian slaves who brought over in the 1600s by Prince Charles the Navigator. So you had 3 groups of Africans who came here with 3 different characteristics about the way they look, and they mixed in with us who was already here. And that's why some of us look African, and some of us still have wavy hair, some of us have long noses, some of us have thickness. It's a change taking place.
You mentioned your tribe, and with everything that's going on with the case and the things of, that have been coming out in the news, what is the state of your tribe?
The tribe got so much going on. I mean, it's amazing. We got documents all over the world now. People from all over the world are becoming conscious that this is real. We did a family chart, like I said. We had an outside genealogist who's a specialist. He was a family chart for my family, from me and my sister and brothers, all the way back to Ben York of Lewis and Clark expedition, all the way back to his father, who was a Malian Moor, right? All that's been traced. We have the Native American side of my family was here, and the ones that came in as Moors. That's why we call ourselves Yamasee Native American Moors of the Creek Nation. But we are Yamasee Native Americans first, and some of the Moors came over here and mixed in with us. So our tribe is on the ball. The tribe got all kinds of things going on right now. They got documents out, letters circulating in the world. They're being translated to every language right now, and we definitely got a response. And we got the verification of our jurisdiction status beyond a shadow of doubt that the state has no jurisdiction and never did over any of us. In this case, we're all part of that tribe legally.
Right.
His name and family is registered as on the roster of our tribal. Today is April 18, 2004. Speaking to you from the belly of the beast. This is Malachi from Malachi, York. I'm a newbie for Akata, Murdoch. I'd just like to speak on Kathy Johnson, my wife. First of all, we have 3 children. The oldest is 16, his name is Lisa. That's my son. Then I have another son, and I have another daughter by Kathy. Our relationship goes on for over 16 years. According to the state of New York, there is no common law marriage recognized. But in the state of Georgia, it's a 7-year recognition. That means we moved down here around 1993. And it's now 2004. Why would I say 2004 and not 2002? Because I got arrested in 2002, and they would make it look like it stopped there. But no, but Don Baskins and Maxwell Woods, from the federal and state, kept on going on television and keep saying, calling her my lead wife, my front wife, all into newspaper, my lead wife. So they established her as a wife, and the common law of Georgia established her as a wife. So they knew when they got on television the other day on Channel 13 and started telling people that we're going to use his wife to testify against him. They know by law they cannot do that. They know by law they can't bring up any part of her case in my case whatsoever. However, I'd like to establish promise that she never said the things that they said she said anyway, because we had our people there at all times watching, and we have the tape of it, where she was, when she went to her whole plea, not once did she mention anything about me doing anything that they said on television, bringing children to her, nothing like that. In fact, she told them, I don't see why I have to sign these papers if I'm not guilty, and her lawyer Steele, who, by the way, goes to the same university that Garland went to, the same university that Judge Wells went to, the same university that Judge Fitzpatrick goes to, the same university that Lawson's father was the head of, the same university that Adrian Patrick, who was my attorney, went to, the same university Don Bassis, and I can go on and list all of them went to the same university, all alumni, right? So the same people were out there saying the same thing because they all worked together. It was all a pattern. So her, Lord Brian Steele, who pretended he was to be so unique, he was hired by the Garland firm. Now, notice, way back in June, I made it clear that I never hired Garland. And I put him on the spot while in court, and it's on the records. And I said, tell him to show a document where I signed it, or show him a telephone call where I gave him a verbal agreement of any form or fashion, and it never was produced. They let Manny tag along and he hit Garland. When I got to court in front of George Wells, downstairs, of course, in a private conference, that's what he kept doing, having private conversations with the world when he heard what's going on in this case. But anyway, down there in front of Patrick Adam and the prosecution, I made it extremely clear that I did not want anything to do with the Loeb, the Garland, the firm, and Manny. That means, let's make it clear that Garland and them put together their own package of lawyers who are working with the state and the feds all the time. They have one of these women her name is called Janet Singer, and she was put on one of the girls. There's another one called Nichols, who was put on other girls. And then another one. And then they had Manny, who Garland was going to take my money, but Manny, because he looked like an Indian, they were going to try to pass him off as black and make him my team, but he has a Caucasian wife. Then they had another guy who's ex-FBI agent called Joe Bagani, used to walk around with them, and he's supposed to disrupt and go to the witnesses and distract the witnesses and pretend that they told him stuff to help all seal it in. Then Garland put together his own accountant to try to trap my family into doing something illegal. Then he put together his own psychiatric team, which is Mrs. Eldridge, and never works for him, and they was going to pretend they were helping me while they was going to put together contra reports about my condition. Right. Unfortunately for me, when I got into court and I made my declaration of independence from these people, I made it clear that I'm an indigenous person, sovereign, right, and they don't have no jurisdiction over me, which they haven't to this date been able to prove they do, but they just went on anyway. On that same very day, they decided we better lock him up and send him to New York. Why they sent me to New York is because they were trying to get New York to pick up charges. They were trying to shift it up there because they down here know they can't get I can't get a fair trial anywhere in the Middle District. In fact, with Woods and them getting on television the other day and coming on 3-4 days in a row down here in Georgia, they made the possibility of any, especially down in Covington or any of the Middle District or Oklahoma, there's no way possible I can get a fair trial. They knew that because they did not want to go to the court because they can't go to the public because the witnesses have all purged themselves, or we have since then found more information pertaining to them that reveals how phony they are and how much they were lying. Some of them who just want to turn around and tell the truth. And this is going to be the shocking information that they know. So they know that they could never put Kathy Johnson up on the stand and say she's testifying against me because we have common law rights down in the state of Georgia, especially after having been living here since 1993, which is on record, and we have multiple amount of